after my lecture before the forum. It happened that at a concert at Carter Theater in Princeton, we met Einstein. It may be that he made up his mind to show a little of his change of heart in order to erase the impression of rejection he had left me over a year earlier. During the intermission, he stood up, greeted us from his seat a short distance away, and asked me to sit and chat with him. I took a temporarily vacant seat in the row in front of him, turning my head to hear him speak. There was something very unusual in this man. I am not a hero worshiper, more nearly an iconoclast. Great names do not startle me, nor do they make me feel humble. But in Einstein, I felt, this time, something I had not felt on meeting him in Berlin, when he was a jolly man in his early 40s, who had achieved singular and spectacular success, which was still new to him, and I was still in my 20s. Nor when I spent time with him again in New York in the spring of 1940. Nor when I visited him in the summer of 1946. In 1921, he was a young-looking man with well-filled cheeks, warm and sparkling eyes, a forehead framed by dark wavy hair, and his mustache over soft lips, with a ready laugh, almost the likeness of a bon vivant Epstein, who portrayed him several years later as flimsy, furrowed, and wiry, did not succeed at all. Now, 30 years later, at the age of 74, the change in his appearance was very great. He had grown old, yet stood erect, with his gray-white hair now long falling on his collar. He had a kind face and a clear and sonorous voice. Sufferings and private losses in human destiny had cleansed him and spiritualized him. He looked at me with kindness and warmly pressed my hand with his own fleshy hand. The madness of his face lit up. I reminded him of the scripta on which we had worked together in Berlin. This made him wonder aloud on the mystery of time. Is time a stream flowing always in one direction, from the present to the past? Do the present, future, and past still exist? All exist simultaneously? He wondered and asked me. Yet he brought counter-argument to his own thought. But we cannot remember things that are in the future. This did not appear to me to be a valid argument, but I did not say so. Instead, I referred to Plato's discourse on simultaneous existence of the past and the future. The field of parapsychology deals with such problems. Yes, once I wrote and published something on the subject, and Freud commented in a letter. Einstein asked me whether I still had Freud's letters, and whether he could read one. I promised to select a letter for him to read, and we continued so, already old friends. When the bell called the audience into the hall, I returned to my seat. I sent Einstein the letter of Freud that he wished to see. In that particular letter, Freud wrote me, as usual by longhand, that he had similar, almost identical ideas, and that he would subscribe to the preface to my work written by Eugene Bleuler. A single week passed. There was again a concert at McCarter Theater. Einstein hardly showed himself twice a year in public, but this time he came again. Again, during the intermission, he sat across the aisle. He asked me to take the vacant seat next to him. Some of the Princeton graduate students sat in a row in front of my wife, as she could hear them wondering at this fellowship. Einstein, when in public, was of course the center of attention, though the public tried not to make this too obvious. Einstein spoke of religion and mentioned Spinoza, a spirit toward whom he probably felt affinity. Like himself, Spinoza was a lonely man. Like himself, he was not concerned with material goods. And, like himself, he was in conflict with men. Though he was kind and humane, and like himself, he was deeply religious, though not in the church or synagogue. And it is no wonder, if one considers the great sufferings to which his mentor, Uriel Acosta, was subjected. One of the saddest chapters. But Spinoza was an Aristotelian, without wishing to be so. The cold reason, which insists on explaining away anything unusual or singular, separated Aristotle from his teacher Plato, who tended to the esoteric, the wonderful, and the singular. Not long after my wife and I received an invitation to have tea with Einstein. The day before our visit, I found in the mail a letter in which the writer, a resident of Seaford in England, wrote, "The authorities will object to your subversion of their life work, but it is from their minor followers that the bitterest opposition will come. Those who exercise authority are not so shocked by rebellion as their underlings. They are doubly offended, for you threaten their security and insult their judgment. The one Roman Catholic I would expect to sympathize with my doubts on infallibility would be His Holiness. It is the hedge priest and Sunday school teacher who would cry blasphemy." Black triangles are a class of unidentified flying objects with certain common features which have reportedly been observed since the 1940s to present. Reports of black triangles generally originate from the United States and Britain. Reports generally describe this class of UFOs as enormous, silent, black triangular crafts, hovering or slowly cruising at low altitudes over cities and highways, usually at night, making no attempt to evade detection. They just sit there. It's like they're just like, "Here I am, see me. I'm America's most classified airframe." I guess that's kind of what they call soft disclosure. These crafts are often described as having running lights, either bright white lights or pulsing colored lights that appear at each corner of the triangle. Now, this reprint of the TR-3B specifications claim is based on information generally credited to Edgar Fouché, who claimed involvement. I've seen his video, it's quite good. Who claimed involvement with this project in the 1990s. We make no claims about whether this is factually accurate or not. At this point, I don't think there's any way that they can deny it. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people know about it and have seen it. It's probably going to be declassified soon, I would imagine. Unless it already is. I would probably think it is. But this story becomes more interesting as time progresses. What was originally considered to be a wacky UFO claim seems to be the benefactor of a great deal of coincidence as AG research moves forward. Simply put, the TR-3B's claim to use an MHD torus field with a virtual plasma of high-pressure mercury is strikingly similar to the unrelated claims of Igor Vygotsky about the construction of the Nazi Bell device, as well as anecdotal evidence relating to other instances of AG effects, anti-gravity effects, and mercury in the presence of RF fields. Radio frequency fields, I'm thinking. Additionally, a plasma toroid is the only means of replicating some aspects of Eugene Plekhanov's superconductor experiments on a larger scale than achievable through traditional Type II ceramic superconductors. Plasmas and SCs both absorb magnetic field lines. It should be noted that none of the individuals in any of these claims were aware of each other's existence when they published their work, making the similarities quite striking. The Tactical Reconnaissance, TR-3B's code name, Astra. And it's interesting, Astra, that's an ancient name that was given to the Vermanas, if I'm not mistaken. First operational flight was in the early 90s. The triangular-shaped nuclear-powered aerospace platform was developed under the top-secret Aurora program with SDI and black budget monies. At least 3 of the billion-dollar-plus TR-3Bs were flying by 1994. The Aurora is the most classified aerospace development program in existence. The TR-3B is the most exotic vehicle created by the Aurora program. It is funded and operationally tasked by the National Reconnaissance Office, the NSA, and the CIA. The TR-3B Flying Triangle is not fiction, with technology available in the mid-80s. Not every UFO spotted is one of theirs. The TR-3B vehicle's outer coating is reactive to electrical radar stimulation and can change reflectiveness, radar absorptiveness, and color. This polymer skin, when used in conjunction with the TR-3B's electric countermeasures and ECCM, can make the vehicle look like a small aircraft or a flying cylinder, or even trick radar receivers into falsely detecting a variety of aircraft, no aircraft, or several aircraft at various locations. A circular A circular plasma-filled accelerator ring called the magnetic field disruptor surrounds the rotatable crew compartment and is far ahead of any imaginable technology. Sandia and Livermore Laboratories developed the reverse-engineered MFD technology. Reverse-engineered from what, pray tell? The government will go to any lengths to protect this technology. The plasma, mercury-based, it's all over the internet. It's almost like the stealth fighter when it first got known. Everybody thought it was crazy, and then they started talking about it, and the next thing you know, they just came out with it. It's just about the same thing. The plasma, mercury-based, is pressurized at 250,000 atmospheres at a temperature of 150 degrees Kelvin and accelerated to 50,000 RPM to create a superconductive plasma with the resulting gravity disruption. The MFD generates a magnetic vortex field, which disrupts or neutralizes the effects of gravity on mass within proximity by 89%. Do not misunderstand. This is not anti-gravity. Anti-gravity provides a repulsive force that can be used for propulsion. The MFD creates a disruption of the Earth's gravitational field upon the mass with the circular accelerator. The mass of the circular accelerator and all mass within the accelerator, such as the crew capsule, avionics, MFD system, fuels, crew, environmental system, and nuclear reactor are reduced by 89%. This causes the effect of making the vehicle extremely light and able to outperform and outmaneuver any aircraft yet constructed, except, of course, those UFOs we did not build. This was in the Navy video I did. This was our hot rod that I was relating to. The TR-3B is a high-altitude stealth reconnaissance platform with an indefinite loiter time, and it also has weapons on board, as you'll see. Once you get it up there at speed, it doesn't take much propulsion to maintain altitude. At Groom Lake, there have been whispered rumors of a new element that acts as a catalyst to the plasma. With the vehicle mass reduced by 89%, the craft can travel at Mach 9, vertically or horizontally. My sources say performance is limited only to stresses that the human pilots can endure, which is a lot, really, considering along with the 89% reaction in mass, the G-forces are also reduced by 89%. The TR-3B's propulsion is provided by 3 multi-mode thrusters mounted at each bottom corner of the triangular platform. The TR-3B is a sub-Mach 9 vehicle until it reaches altitudes above 120,000 feet. Then God knows how fast it can go. The multi-mode rocket engines, mounted under each corner of the craft, use hydrogen or methane as oxygen and oxygen as propellant. In a liquid oxygen-hydrogen rocket system, 85% of the propellant mass is oxygen. The nuclear thermal rocket engine uses hydrogen propellant augmented with oxygen for additional thrust. The reactor heats the liquid hydrogen and injects liquid oxygen in the supersonic nozzle so that the hydrogen burns concurrently in the liquid oxygen afterburner. The multi-mode propulsion system can operate in the atmosphere, with thrust provided by the nuclear reactor, in the upper atmosphere with hydrogen propulsion, and in orbit with the combined hydrogen-oxygen propulsion. What you have to remember is that the 3 rocket engines only have to propel 11% of the mass of the top-secret TR-3B. The engines are reportedly built by Rockwell. Many sightings of triangular UFOs are not alien vehicles, but top-secret TR-3B. The NSA, NRO, CIA, and USAF have been playing a shell game with aircraft nomenclature, creating the TR-3B modified to the TR-3A, the TR-3B, and their Tier 2, 3, and 4, with suffixes like plus or minus added on to confuse further the fact that each of these designators is a different aircraft and not the same aerospace vehicle. A TR-3B is as different from the TR-3A as a banana is from a grape. Some of these vehicles are manned and others are not. Very interesting indeed. Arctic Ocean in the north and the Kalima in the east. In Worlds in Collision, page 329, I expressed my belief that human settlements would be discovered farther to the north on the Kalima or Lena rivers flowing into the Arctic Ocean. On the lower Lena, north of the confluence with Philly, inside the polar circle, monuments are found of a characteristic culture. Outstanding finds were made near Lake Yulba, not far from Gigansk. As soon as the archaeologists started a methodic investigation of the area, In Yakutsk itself was found a workshop of an ancient metallurgist, in which, at the end of the second millennium before the present era, he made bronze axes similar to the axes manufactured about that time in the Near East and in Europe. In the Yakutsk taiga, 2.5 or 3,000 years ago, there already lived artisans in metals who were able to extract copper from ore, to melt it and pour it into forms, and to make axes, beautiful bronze tips for the spears, knives, and even swords. These relics of a civilization in the taiga of northwestern Siberia imply that the climate changed there in the age of advanced man. Before the ice froze the region, voracious members of the elephant family roamed there in large herds. Recent finds in geology. Archaeological evidence of continental upheavals in the second millennium having been presented in detail by Schaefer, the evidence of geology and paleontology called for elucidation. To this, I have dedicated a special work, now close to completion, and since it will be published before very long, I shall refer here only briefly to some of this material. A little over a decade ago, it was observed that in the gold-digging hydraulic giants in Fairbanks District in Alaska, sluicing out miles-long cuts opened great hecatombs of animals. Their numbers are appalling. The Bronze Age may have been well on its way in the centers of ancient civilization. Palms were found to have grown in northern Greenland, where now for half a year there is darkness, and it is permanently cold. At some time in the remote past, corals grew in Spitsbergen and sequoia forests in Alaska, and it was early understood that the terrestrial axis must have changed its position. Airy, Lord Kelvin, George Darwin, and many others, including Schiaparelli and Simon Newcomb, participated in a long debate on the astronomical and geological possibility of a sudden change in the direction of the terrestrial axis. A debate that was erroneously thought to have started as a consequence of worlds in collision. It was understood that such a change must have taken place unless the strange finds are to be left without explanation. The theory of drifting continents, offered as a substitute, was rejected for many reasons. Jeffrey showed that the mobile force invoked by Wagner is 100 billion times too small to move the continents. Eddington thought that possibly only the crust in its entirety moved, and the axis of the core was left unchanged in direction. But the mobile force he invoked, the tidal inequalities of lunar origin, would not have moved the latitudes out of their places, the directional pull being east to west. W.B. Wright, in his The Quaternary Ice Age, 2nd edition, 1937, says that during geological history there occurred many changes in the position of the climatic zones on the surface of the Earth, which cannot be explained except by a shifting of the axis or a displacement of the pole from its present position. But what could have brought about a change in the inclination of the terrestrial axis to the plane of the ecliptic? I discussed this question in the closing pages of Worlds in Collision and suggested the entrance of the Earth into a strong magnetic field. The newly developed science of Paleomagnetism brought and daily continues to bring confirmation of the fact that lavas and igneous rocks in all parts of the world are reversely magnetized. But what is even more startling is to find that the reversely magnetized rocks are 100 times more strongly magnetized than the Earth's magnetic field could have caused them to be. H. Manley, in his review, writes, "It may seem strange that a rock which is made magnetic by the Earth's field should become so strongly magnetized compared to the generating force. This is one of the most astonishing problems of paleomagnetism." Manley assumes that the rate of recession has been constant. Dennis Surratt argues in his book Atlantis and Reign of the Giants that scientists at any one time and over centuries offer different and differing theories and interpretations about everything from the nature of celestial body to the composition of atomic particles. But he also argues that the human imagination is a source of knowledge that is consistent. It continues to bring forward new forms of ancient schemes. Among such schemes are views of Atlantis, the deluge, the giants. There is no discussion at this point at the nature of imagination or intuition. He states that science is what a scientist says it is, a view that came into its own 2 decades later. Science is a social construct. By failing to distinguish between science as a body of knowledge and science as an embodiment of a method, a self-correcting mode of inquiry if done right, the notion of measurement goes out the window. By failing to distinguish between science as a body of knowledge and science as an embodiment of a method, a self-correcting mode of inquiry, the notion of measurement goes out the window. This leaves the door unlocked for popular theories that seem to account for a wide array of prehistoric and ethnographic anomalies. Horbegarism, the cosmogony of the Austrian engineer. According to Zacharias Sitchin, a race of super beings who about 450,000 years ago landed on Earth and created the human race to act as slaves to mine for the gold that they so desired. These human-like beings were the inspiration for the gods of ancient times, and they bear such names as Marduk, Enlil, Enki, Osiris, Seth, etc. They are described in Akkadian and Sumerian texts as the Anunnaki, and they are named in Genesis the Elohim and Nephilim, those who from heaven to earth came.
I don't know if you know it or not, but Billy Carson got his head handed to him by a real scholar recently. I remember the first time I saw him was on Sean Ryan's show, and it blew my mind with the stuff he was talking about. So I got into power watching a lot of his videos. I came out of that having my fill of it because I thought that he just very well could be full of shit. And then I let it go and forgot completely about it. I don't know if you remember me ever talking about it, but I was really intrigued at first. Then he did a live stream with a real biblical scholar. named Wes Huff. I don't know if you're up with it. It's all over the internet. And all of my feelings about him were right on target. The guy's a grifter. So all this Anunnaki stuff, I don't believe it anymore. I think it's horseshit. I just wanted to say that.
Fasten your seatbelts. We're taxiing down the runway, about ready to take off. We're fixing to climb.
And away we go!
Number 10. Hypervelocity stars. Everyone knows that shooting stars are just meteors entering the atmosphere, right? That was kind of funny. What some people don't know, however, is that real shooting stars exist as well. They're called hypervelocity stars. These big fiery balls of gas rocketing through space at millions of miles per hour. When a binary star system, at the center of a galaxy, one of the two partners is consumed, while the other is ejected at high speed. Just try to imagine a huge ball of gas, 4 times the size of our sun, hurtling out from our galaxy at millions of miles per hour. Number 9. The planet from hell, Gliese 581c. Scientists have determined that this hell of a planet is the most likely candidate for future colonization, despite the fact the entire planet wants to kill you. This planet orbits a red dwarf star many times smaller than our Sun, with a luminosity of only 1.3% of our Sun. This means the planet is far closer to its star than we are to ours. Because of this, it is stuck in a state of tidal locking, meaning that one side of the planet is always facing the star, and the other side is always facing away, just like our moon's relationship with Earth. Not quite. The moon and Earth are in sync so well that we never see a different side of it. That's how I understand that. The tidal locking of the planet alone results in some pretty odd features. Stepping out into the star side of the planet, it would immediately melt your face off, whereas standing in the opposite side of the planet, where there is no sun, would freeze you instantly. However, in between the extremes is a small belt where life could theoretically exist. Living on Gliese 581c would have its challenges, though. The star it orbits is a red dwarf, which means that it is at the lower frequency end of our visible spectrum, bathing the entire sky of Gliese 581c in a hellish red color. Another side effect of this is the fact that photosynthesizing plants would have to adapt to the constant bombardment of infrared radiation, rendering them a deep black color. Well, Earth used to go around a red or brown dwarf. That is probably why infrared light is good for you. Just looking at this right here, increases energy, makes your skin healthier, gets rid of cellulite, speeds up fat loss, improves muscle recovery, improved mood, cognitive functions, speed healing from injury, and improves metabolism and hormonal health. That's just that one. I've seen others. There must be something natural about it. There's all kinds of things that is good about infrared light. That wouldn't just be by chance that that is the case. There is a theory that says that actually what killed the dinosaurs off was flowering plants. And the gravity change, of course. Once the sun got involved, it changed all the plants, and the ones that the dinosaurs were eating went extinct, and then naturally they went extinct after. Many dinosaurs lived in the Purple Dawn era. That's why they have the big eyes and why they could grow to such ridiculous sizes. But dinosaurs weren't the only ones that got to grow to giant sizes. Humans did too. The gravity seemed to be changing a lot at one time or another. Or it would go for a while and then change again and then change again. I would think it's done changing now, but you never know. That's an interesting thought. Dinosaurs that are known as meat eaters on a meteor. So they were nocturnal. It isn't just for nothing that we have nocturnal creatures. Something had to bring that about. Number 8, the Castor system. Here we have the Castor system as one of the 2 bright stars from the Gemini constellation in our night sky. It has some serious luminosity. This is because the Castor system isn't 1 or 2, but 6 stars, all orbiting around a common central mass. 3 binary star systems orbit each other here. So much for a trinary system being rare, they're probably common too. With 2 hot and bright A-type stars being stuck in the system, as well as 4 M-type red dwarfs. Altogether, though, these 6 stars put out roughly 52.4 times more luminosity than that of our Sun. All right, quiz time. What type star is the Sun? Okay, time's up. Is it a class M star, a class A star, a class G star? Answer at the end of the show. It's a class G star. Number 7, space raspberries and rum. Let's see what it says. For the last few years, scientists have been studying a dust cloud near the center of our Milky Way galaxy. If there's a God out there, it seems that he decided to get creative. This dust cloud, plasma, named Sagittarius B2, smells of rum and tastes like raspberries. And how would they know that? The gas cloud in question consists largely of ethyl formate, which is known to give raspberries their taste. I see, said the blind man. And rum its distinctive smell. Arr. The large cloud is said to contain a billion liters of the stuff, which would be great if it wasn't rendered undrinkable by a pesky particle like propulsion. The creation and distribution of these more complex molecules is still a mystery to scientists, however, so we won't be opening up an intergalactic pub anytime soon. Which reminds me, did you know that the electric force is 1,000 billion times more powerful than gravity, or 10 to the order of 39? Number 6 is a planet of burning ice. I've heard about this one before. Do you remember Gliese, that hellhole of a star that we visited earlier? We're heading back to the same solar system for this one. Gliese supports a planet made almost entirely out of ice. At 439 degrees Celsius, Gliese 436b is quite simply a burning ice cube. Imagine Hoth from Star Wars. I don't want. Except that it's on fire. The only reason this ice stays solid is because of the huge amount of water present on the planet. The gravity pulls it all in towards the core, keeping the water molecules so densely packed that they cannot evaporate. Number 5, the Diamond Star. 55, oh boy.
Cancri.
Cancri, made entirely out of crystallized diamond, would be priced at $26.9 million. Okay. The huge diamond planet was once a star in a binary system, until its partner began to cannibalize it. However, the star was not able to pull its carbon core away, and carbon is just a ton of heat and pressure away from being a diamond. So at the surface temperature of 1648 degrees Celsius, the conditions are almost perfect. 1/3 of the mass of the planet is said to be pure diamond, whereas Earth is covered in water and abundant in oxygen. This planet is made mainly of graphite diamond, and a few other silicates. The huge gemstone is 2 times the size of Earth and has 8 times the mass, making it a super Earth.
And now for a word from the electric universe. Rawr.
Is the universe expanding? Maybe not. This is from July 20, 2020. Stars are mainly composed of hydrogen. According to consensus ideas, nuclear reactions are thought to convert that hydrogen into helium, initiating the energetic emission that make life on Earth possible. When temperatures in average stellar cores reach about 100 million Kelvin, helium's kinetic energy is strong enough to overcome electrostatic repulsion. So it fuses into carbon-12 and a so-called triple alpha process. After carbon-12, other exotic fusion reactions are said to occur as a star ages, until finally it reaches a stage where nickel-62 nuclei begin to accumulate. Nickel-62 has the highest binding energy per nucleon of any elements, so it can no longer be fused into heavier elements no matter how hot a star's core might become. The accumulation of this heavy ash essentially halts fusion, so radiative pressure is no longer able to hold back the force of gravity that always wants to crush the star. Suddenly, the star's outer layers catastrophically collapse, rebounding off the core out into space in what astronomers call a supernova explosion. In 1997, Adam Rees and Saul Perlmutter were studying Type 1a supernovae because their rise in luminosity and their subsequent decline are considered predictable in consensus circles. That measurement is a way of determining a supernova's true brightness by calculating the supernova's redshift. They can place it in space-time coordinates and find out how far away it is. When Rees and Perlmutter crunched the numbers from their observations, they were shocked to discover the recessional velocity redshift of the most distant Type 1a supernova indicated that they were accelerating. Not only that, the further away they were, the faster they were speeding up. This effect is called dark energy, because no apparent cosmic influence could be seen. As time went on, new observations by various groups resulted in the conclusion that dark energy makes up 75% of the universe. Dark energy is another of the phantoms that arise when redshift is applied to observations. Redshift has been the bane of astrophysics since Hubble first identified what he thought was the Doppler effect in images of faint galaxies. Instead of seeing redshift as an effect of acceleration and distance, it may be an intrinsic property of matter. Astronomer Halton Arp proposed that idea many years ago, and it deserves further investigation, especially when anomalous observations are considered. High redshift objects in front of low redshift objects, for example. All of the dark things in astronomy are artifacts of a crackpot model of cosmology, and we're going to be doing a little spotlight on Halton Arp's discovery in a little bit. The dark energy model of the universe demands that eventually all of the stars will disappear, and there will be eternal darkness. In the words of Brian Schmidt, the future of the universe looks very bleak. I think the future for him is bleak. He confirms my portrayal of Big Bang cosmology as hopeless. Wall Thornhill. All right. And then it says Steve Smith. So they must have both wrote this. Gloomily came to the ironic conclusion that if you take a highly intelligent person and give them the best possible elite education, then you will most likely wind up with an academic who is completely impervious to reality. Halton Arp. Seeing Red by Halton Arp. There is now a fashionable set of beliefs regarding the workings of the universe, greatly publicized as the Big Bang, which I believe is wildly incorrect. But in order to enable people To make their own judgments about this question, we need to examine a large number of observations. Observations in science are the primary and final authority. More than 10 years have passed, and in spite of determined opposition, I believe the observational evidence has become overwhelming, and the Big Bang has in reality been toppled. There is now a need to communicate the new observations. The connections between objects and the new insights into the workings of the universe. All the primary obligations of academic science, which has generally tried to suppress or ignore such dissident information. It makes one wonder with profit whether there are other uncertain assumptions on which much of our lives are built, but of which we are incorrectly overconfident. The present book is sure to outrage many academic scientists. Many of my professional friends will be greatly pained. Why then do I write it? First, everyone has to tell the truth as they see it, especially about important things. Integrity. The fact that the majority of professionals are intolerant of even opinions which are discordant makes change a necessity. Those friends of mine who also struggle to get the mainstream of astronomy back on track must feel that presenting evidence and championing new theories is sufficient to cause change, and that it is improper to criticize an enterprise to which they belong and value highly. I disagree. In that I think if we do not understand why science is failing to self-correct, it will not be possible to fix it. At this point, I believe we must look for salvation from the non-specialists, amateurs, and interdisciplinary thinkers, those who form judgments on the general thrust of the evidence, those who are skeptical about any explanation, particularly official ones, and above all, are tolerant of other people's theories. When the complete answer is not known, in a sense, everyone is a crackpot. Gasp. If the cause of these redshifts is misunderstood, then distances can be wrong by factors of 10 to 100, and luminosities and masses will be wrong by factors up to 10,000. We would have a totally erroneous picture of extragalactic space and be faced with one of the most embarrassing boondoggles of our intellectual history. Because objects in motion in the laboratory, or orbiting double stars, or rotating galaxies all show Doppler redshifts to longer wavelengths when they are receding, it has been assumed throughout astronomy that redshifts always and only mean recession velocity. No direct verification of this assumption is possible, and through the years, many contradictions have arisen and been ignored. The evidence presented here is, I hope, convincing because it offers many different proofs of intrinsic non-velocity redshifts in every category of celestial object. It is interesting to note that at first Einstein felt the solution was incorrect. Later, he said it was correct, but of no consequence. Finally, he accepted the validity of this solution, but was so unhappy with the fact that it was not a stable solution, i.e., it either collapsed or expanded, that he retained the cosmological constant he had earlier introduced in order to keep the universe static. This constant was later referred to as the cosmological fudge factor. In 1924, Hubble persuaded the world that the white nebula were really extragalactic, and a few years later announced that the redshifts of their spectral lines increased as they became fainter. This redshift apparent magnitude relation for galaxies became known as the Hubble law, through lack of rigor often referred to as the redshift distance relation. At this point, Einstein dropped his cosmological constant as a great mistake and adopted the view that his equations had been telling him all along, that the universe was expanding. Thus was born the Big Bang theory, according to which the entire universe was created instantaneously out of nothing 15 billion years ago. This reality is the entirety of the theory on which our whole concept of cosmology has been rested for the last 75 years. It is interesting to note, however, that Hubble, the observer, even up to his final lecture before the Royal Society, always held open the possibility that the redshift did not mean velocity of recession, but might be caused by something else. In his seminal book, Realm of the Nebula, Hubble wrote, "On the other hand, if the interpretation as velocity shifts is abandoned, we find in the redshifts a hitherto unrecognized principle, whose implications are unknown." In the ensuing years, the evidence discussed in the present book has built up to the point where it is clear that the velocity interpretation can now be abandoned in favor of a new principle which stands on a firm observational and theoretical foundation. But of course, the stunning aspect of the Rosat observations was that two quasars of redshift 0.63 and 0.45 are actually physically linked by a luminous connection to a low redshift object of z equals 007. When I showed this to the local experts, they were alarmed. There were alarmed states followed by annoyance. This result made it clear that the compact and interacting groups were just a more concentrated assemble of young, non-equilibrium companion galaxies, which had been ejected more recently from the parent galaxy, and were composed of material of higher redshift. Aside from being empirically true, this interpretation solves all the conventional paradoxes of the failure of the galaxies to merge into a single galaxy on a cosmic timescale, and also explains the unbearable presence of discordant redshifts. In later chapters, do not evolve with smoothly decreasing redshifts, but change in steps. One major point of the present book is to try to make it impossible to ignore the enormous amount of mutually supporting significant evidence, which all points to the same conclusion. In the face of 28 years of accumulated evidence, to go on proclaiming that quasars are out at the edge of the universe seems unpardonable. Halton Arp. Here is a list: summary alignments quasars, galaxy clusters. Objects which appear young are aligned on either side of eruptive objects. This implies ejection of protogalaxies. 2. The youngest objects appear to have the highest redshifts. This implies that intrinsic redshift decreases as the object ages. 3. As distances from the ejecting central object increases, the quasars increase in brightness and decrease in redshift. This implies that the ejected objects evolve as they travel outward. 4. At about z equals 0.3 and about 400 kpc from that parent galaxy, the quasars appear to become very bright in optical and X-ray luminosity. This implies that there is a transition from BL-LAC objects. There is a transition to BL-LAC objects. Few BL-LAC objects are observed, implying this phase is short-lived. Clusters of galaxies, many of which are strong X-ray sources, end to appear at comparable distances to the BL-LACs from the parent galaxy. This suggests the clusters may be a result of the breaking up of a BL-LAC. 7. Clusters of galaxies in the range of z equals 0.4 to 0.2 contain blue active galaxies. This is implied that they continue to evolve to higher luminosity and lower redshift. 8. Able clusters from z equals 0.01 to 0.2 lie along the ejection lines from galaxies like Sin A. Presumably, they are a evolved product of the ejections. 9. The strings of galaxies which are aligned through the brightest nearby spirals have redshifts z equals 0.01 to 0.2. Presumably, they are the last evolutionary stage of the ejected protogalaxies before they become slightly higher redshift companions of the original ejected galaxies. Okay, Thunderbolts does have one for diamond stars. The diamond fields of the mind. A planet made of compressed carbon is said to be orbiting a neutron star. The star becomes a diamond. A recent press release announced the discovery of a planet in orbit around a pulsar that is thought to have once been a star, but is now a planetary body composed of something similar to compressed carbon or diamond. The reason for the supposed density and composition assumptions is that the planet was seen in an orbit around the pulsar that is deemed impossible to consensus astrophysics. As announced by the Max Planck Institute for Radio Astronomy in Bonn, Germany, pulsar 1719-1438 rotates more than 10,000 times per minute, has a mass about 1.4 times that of our Sun, but is only 20 kilometers in radius. What is it about the planet's orbit that causes the assumption it is crystalline and dense? Pulsars are neutron stars as the second link. As the theory posits, a neutron star comes into being when a star with at least 5 times the mass of the Sun implodes, shredding its outer layers in a supernova. Since the star is no longer able to shield itself against its own immense gravity, with thermonuclear fusion theory, gravitational acceleration theory takes over, pulling all the electrons in the remaining stellar matter into the nuclei. 2 more links. The massive star's original angular momentum remains, so its rotational period can be astonishing. As 1719-1438 attests, the increase in rotational velocity can be likened to an ice skater's arms stretched out in a slow spin and then pulled in tight, thus increasing the spin rate. Another link. The force is generated when trillions of gigatons spin as fast as a dentist drill, means that the star ought to burst apart like a cracked flywheel. However, enough mass is added to the theory so that gravity can hold it together, of course. There is thought to be an immense magnetic field surrounding the pulsar that is focused at each pole. Narrow beams of radio waves blast out from the polar cusps, like lighthouse beacons. Whenever the beam intersects Earth, telescopes fitted with gamma-ray radio wave or X-ray detectors can see it. The final theoretical link in the pulsar chain of circumstances is the tidal force theory that would tear apart a companion star or planet if it came too close. Before discussing the nature of the planet in orbit around the pulsar, it should be pointed out that there was no observation of the pulsar. Rather, researchers first found it in 200,000 gigabytes of data obtained from 3 different radio telescopes, analyzed by supercomputers at 3 different computation centers, using customized software. Garbage in, garbage out. Since 1719-1438's pulses and the data were seen to be systematically modulated, the only conclusion their computer models could reach is that a companion planet is in orbit around the pulsar. Astronomers think an original stellar companion gave up most of its material to the pulsar. As theory supposes, this results in a millisecond pulsar with a white dwarf companion. When I think of pulsars, I remember Don Scott's piece on Thunderbolts of the Gods, which was very enlightening. Indeed, that was just amazing. He made me think of a strobe light, a relaxation oscillator. Who didn't have one in the 70s? That is what controls a strobe light. So it's the same exact thing, probably, just on a much grander scale. Astronomers think an original stellar companion gave up most of its material to the pulsar. As theory supposes, this results in a millisecond pulsar with a white dwarf companion. 1719-1438 and its dwarf partner are thought to be close together. So the companion must be a white dwarf that has lost 99.9% of its original substance, leaving behind what astronomers suggest is a planet-sized carbon and oxygen sphere. Any lighter element constituents would mean the star would be too big to fit the measured orbiting times. Another possibility, one not considered by contemporary astrophysics, is that electrical oscillations are causing the rapid flicker of pulsars. Don Scott, in his book The Electric Sky, stresses that neutron stars are impossible phantoms, suggesting instead that there is an electrical explanation for their periodic pulsing. He proposes that pulsars are relaxation oscillators. Their pulse frequencies are not mechanical. Instead, it is the capacitive, resistive, and inductive electrical environment around the star. Compacted matter and extreme rotation are not necessary. Electricity traveling through circuits provides a coherent explanation that is consistent with commonly accepted electromagnetic theories, as well as with laboratory experiment. That's the wonderful thing. Electricity and plasma, you can have tiny little experiments, and you can just keep going out to massive galaxies. That is wonderful. When the focus shifts from gravity and gas toward the electrical behavior of an entire system, then steps can be taken that will help to quantify the absolute current density in that system, as well as the capacitive and resistive values, and the magnetic fields generated by the inductive interaction of the binary pair. There must be an electric current generating the immense magnetic fields in a pulsar. It is also indisputable that the feeder current must be part of a circuit, since persistent electric current must complete a circuit. That circuit includes the galaxy in which stars reside, along with all the other galaxies associated with their clusters. Pulsar oscillations are most likely complex in their origins. Steve Smith. Indeed, yes. And that, it's just impossible that they recently found 10 to the 18th amps raw electric current in space, and it doesn't faze them. I just don't get it. Well, I do, but what that comes with is I don't want to believe. It's mind-boggling to me. It's got to be more like they're not allowed to. Couldn't find anything else from the top 10. And back to the top 10. Number 4, the Hemo Cloud. If there has ever been any object that has shown us origins of a primordial galaxy, this is it. The Hemo Cloud. The Hemo Cloud is the most massive object ever found in the early universe, and it dates to only 800 million years after the Big Bang. Oh, damn, that's close. The Hemo Cloud astounds scientists with its sheer size, roughly half that of our Milky Way galaxy. Hemo belongs to what is known as the reionization, an electrical term, or the period from around 200 million to 1 billion years after the Big Bang. It's the first glimpse scientists have managed to get of the early formation of galaxies. To make it even cooler, it has been introduced as the giant mystery blob discovered near the dawn of time by Space.com. The Hemo Cloud, huh? It's interesting. And number 3, the universe's largest water reservoir. 12 billion light years away, the universe's largest water reservoir resides in the heart of a quasar, containing 140 trillion times the amount of water in Earth's ocean, and found near the colossal black hole at the center of the quasar. The water, unfortunately, manifests itself in the form of a massive cloud of gas. Just, wow, 1,000 trillion tons! Not to keep harping on thunderbolts of the gods, but there's a spot in there where a gentleman, I don't know his name, but he says that astronomers are looking through the wrong end of the telescope and describing what they imagine they see. I think that is a very good way to sum it up. Number 2, the universe's largest electrical current. And I kid you not, I was just mentioning this. Only a few years ago, scientists stumbled upon an electrical current of cosmic proportions. 10 to the 18th amps, or roughly 1 trillion lightning bolts. What kind of power? The lightning is thought to originate from an enormous black hole. Of course it does. In the center of the galaxy. which has a core that is supposedly a huge cosmic jet that sprays big bubbles. Apparently, the black hole's huge magnetic field allows it to fire up this lightning bolt through gas and dust. It's over 150,000 light years away. And we thought that our galaxy was big. This single lightning bolt is 1.5 times the size of the Milky Way. Sorry, but we'll get to it. The number 1, the LQG. And this is the last one. This is the number 1 surprising thing in space. Now, you know, of course, going back to the quasars for a minute, Halton Arp proved that they're attached to Seyfert galaxy, which I have a spot coming up on later. So, yeah, the Hemo Cloud is pretty big, like half the size of our galaxy. What about a structure in space so enormous that it breaks the conventional laws of modern astronomy? The structure, my friends, is the LQG, the Large Quasar Group. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, is only 100,000 light years across. Think about that for a moment. If something happens on the far side of the galaxy, it would take 100,000 years for the light to reach the opposite end. I mean, they don't even really think about that. How could a galaxy function if it was 100,000 years behind itself? Just like with the Earth and the Sun. How could the Earth orbit the Sun where it was 8 minutes ago? That right there kills the standard model, but they just ignore it and keep moving. That means something's just basically wrong with that whole thing, and it always has sounded wrong. Now take the length of time and multiply it by 40,000. That's right. The Large Quasar Group is 4 billion light years across. The cluster of 74 quasars actually breaks the rules of standard astrophysics, since the maximum size of any cosmic structure should be only 1.2 billion light years across. What comes to mind with that is something I've heard before. They're looking at a bird 20 feet away from them and imagining 747s on the horizon. Something to that effect. Scientists have absolutely no idea how this huge structure formed, since they had previously only been aware of other clusters of perhaps several 100 million light years across. The gargantuan structure absolutely spits on a certain physical law, which states that when viewed from a distance, the universe would look relatively uniform. This is exactly the type of condescending cosmic structure that looks over at our galaxy and, with a smirk, says cute. Interesting article.
This is not a drill.
You know, many people say Hubble's discovery of the redshift was the most important discovery in the history of cosmology. I have to beg to differ with that, as I'm sure you will too, when you know all of the facts. That's one thing. When you're researching, you really have to learn all the facts. It's hard sometimes because they keep them hidden and suppressed. You're not going to find them on the surface, on, TV or any, like, History Channel or anything like that. They just won't go there. But they never talk about electricity. And that's something that always bugged me, so that I knew that electricity was this immense power that existed in the universe. And I just try to think where we'd be without it. I doubt we'd even be here. But this whole thing with redshift was disproved by Halton Arp in 1966. And instead of investigating the evidence, they tried to sweep it under the rug. I mean, the mathematicians, as I understand it, took Einstein's equations and ran with them. And Einstein tried to put in, what was it called? The cosmological constant. But he ended up taking it out, thinking it was a mistake. So I have a little something here from Halton Arp. First, this clip of what I think is at least one of the most important discoveries in the history of the universe by Halton Arp. That is vitally important information. If you've seen it before, it's always good to get a refresher. I know that I've shown clips from this video before, and at the risk of you getting maybe tired of it, I see it as one of the most important documentaries to be seen by people, because this is completely apart from the electric universe part of it. And let's face it, it's an eye-opener when you see just how academia conducts themselves when challenged by a new discovery. I mean, that should be expected in science. And doing science by consensus or peer review is just, I don't know, moronic and lazy. So even if they don't agree with that, it's just, to me, a very stark image of what academia is really like. And when people see that, like it did for me, it's going to turn them off. I know Halton Arp has high hopes here, and eventually he's going to be right. The only thing is, it could take another 100 years, but I doubt it. More data comes in, that one discovery is going to put it over the top, and it's not going to be maybe another decade. That's how I see it. I could be wrong. Once one looks at the evidence, and it doesn't take long to see that the electric universe, if you watch a video or read an article from Thunderbolts, or if you watch this video, or Don Scott, or Wall, or any of those guys, or from the plasma universe that this is a part of, you get cold, hard scientific facts and data, information. When you watch a mainstream video, or even read a mainstream article, you just get filled with a bunch of meaningless chatter, like Saturn could float if it could fit in a bathtub. Things like that don't mean anything. Black holes do the human race absolutely nothing. It's a way for them to trick people by making them think it's over their heads. It's really not. That's a scam. That's a trickster's game. That's how I see them now. They're not that dumb. And then you get the gas bags that are they're in love with their own voice and they believe their own image. Hidden. These people, it might not be during their lifetime, but all those Nobel Prizes that people like Brian Schmidt won and all that, it means absolutely nothing, because we know they're wrong. Not just a little wrong. Not even in the ballpark wrong.
Paid by many a scientist with new and innovative ideas. Dr. Arp was forced to resign from his permanent position at the Carnegie Institute of Washington Observatories after the Caltech head of the Telescope Allocation Committee threatened him by saying, unless he changed his line of research, they would take away his telescope time. Due to this fact and his ongoing struggle against the established paradigms, Arp is often referred to as the modern Galileo.
I remember when I sent the paper into, the first paper into Astrophysical Journal on the nature of companion galaxies, and I had a lot of them on the ends of spiral arms, so I was sure that they were connected, and I showed that they were systematically redshifted. I sent that in with naive, great expectations that people would be terribly interested and impressed on this. And the editor of the Astrophysical Journal at that time was Subrahmanyan Chandrasekhar, who had a fantastic reputation as a master theoretician and also quite an incomprehensible theoretician, and a tremendously powerful figure in the field, and editor of the Astrophysical Journal, which was probably the most powerful position in the field. And he chose not to, in his wisdom and judicial fairness, chose not to send it to a referee, but he just wrote across the paper, "This exceeds my imagination," and he sent it back to the director of my institute, Horace Babcock, with the obvious implication, you've got to do something about this staff member of yours who's doing these very bad things. And so Horace called me down in the office one day after this, and I walked in his office, into the director's office, and I saw this paper lying in front of him with Chandrasekhar's scroll across it. And Horace looked at me and said, well, he said, this is just too much, and you're going to have to start looking for another job. And so all I could say to him was, well, if you send me that in writing, please send me in writing. And I was waiting in great trepidation for weeks and months to get something in writing, and I finally never did, so I realized that he decided to give me another chance, so to speak. So that was fairly early in the game, and then some years went by, and there was the competition for time, particularly on the 200-inch telescope, was getting more and more heated, and people were saying, well, we can't continue to give time to this obviously incorrect and embarrassing research that ARP does. So finally they sent a letter to me from the allocation committee, including a number of the younger members of my institute, saying that unless I changed my line of research, that they would have to take away my telescope time. At that point I considered the situation very carefully, and I figured that the evidence, although a lot more evidence could be gathered and has since been gathered since then, the important thing was not the evidence, because if it was true, it would come out someday. The important thing was the principle of scientific investigation, whether scientists could follow new lines of investigation and follow up on evidence which apparently contradicted the current theorems and the current paradigms. And I also felt that regardless of what happened to me personally, that this was the important issue, and that I had no choice but to resign on the point of this issue, so that if it developed, which I thought it would, that my line of investigation was correct, that people then in the future would say, okay, this was the wrong thing to do, and in the future we're going to have to see that this kind of thing doesn't happen again.
The observers come in now with the belief that we live in a Big Bang universe, and therefore all of their ways of understanding things are tailored to that. And they don't come in with the possibility that our alternative, or any other for that matter, is right, and really do it in an open-minded way. And of course what goes along with that is that observers who would like to test this way find it very hard to get observing time and so on. I mean, this relates to the whole issue of whether the complete lack of balance in the way the observational programs and the funding are conducted. There's no question about that. I don't think that anybody would argue about it.
If proto-quasars ejected from the nucleus of active galaxies themselves evolve into new, younger galaxies, astrophysicists must find experimentally and observationally the mechanisms which describe this phenomenon. One model explains that the proto-quasars are ejected, trapped in the galaxy's extreme magnetic field, aligned along the spiral arms, thus explaining the torn, disturbed features often observed in the galactic medium, and the frequent appearance of high redshift companion galaxies attached by filaments to a lower redshift parent galaxy. The other and most frequently observed alignment is when quasars appear to have been directly ejected out of the galaxy's active nucleus along its line of least resistance, creating a field of systematically high to low redshift quasars, or younger to older evolved protogalaxies. This is exemplified in innumerable systems like the one around the galaxy quasar field of NGC 3516. If one disregards the proposed redshift distance to these objects, observation clearly points to ejection as a likely explanation for their close vicinity to the central galaxies around which they are found. These results, though preliminary, are promising developments which may lead the way to new and exciting insights in cosmology.
One of the best and earliest of the really controversial things was a Seyfert galaxy known as NGC 4319, which Chip Arp discovered that it had
because I recently watched a very good, informative Don Scott lecture and took notes. The best way for me to be able to retain the information is to put it into a video. So I will paraphrase a brief summary of the history of plasma physics. According to Professor Don Scott, who we all respect for having a large wealth of knowledge in the electric universe, he says that the first plasma scientist, if you will, was Benjamin Franklin. He was also the first guy to insert a probe into a plasma. The probe was the kite, plasma was the sky. He actually did that. And I always thought that was an old wives' tale. Who would fly a kite in a thunderstorm? But he actually did do that. He's lucky he didn't get killed. But he was smart. He had the key in a jar, or so I think. He remarked that the sky is electric in 1752. Then, James Clerk Maxwell, with the help of Oliver Heaviside, one of my heroes that I've learned into math equations, he was able to put every electromagnetic effect into math equations, and thus electric theory was born. The next guy to come along is a name that we're all familiar with, Christian Birkeland. And Birkeland was the first person to suggest that the causation of the Aurora Borealis was coming from the sun. He was severely ridiculed for this by this guy Chapman, who was another one of those gas bags who believes in his own image. Chapman thought that the Earth was producing them completely within itself, and Birkeland was proven right at the beginning of the space age from a probe which found that the Sun and Earth are indeed connected. But you will get cosmologists even to this day who think it's not. Then in 1932, Irving Langmuir came along and noticed that plasma mimicked life, the blood cells, so he stole the name and gave it to plasma. American chemist Irving Langmuir. Today is Irving Langmuir's birthday, so it's a good time to remind ourselves of his very illuminating and timeless warning about pathological science. Langmuir was the first industrial scientist to win the Nobel Prize. The prize was awarded to him for pioneering contributions to surface chemistry, although he also did important research in electronics and solution chemistry. He did most of his work during the early part of the 20th century when science, especially physics and chemistry, was advancing at breakneck speed. Not surprisingly, when science advances at breakneck speed, so do its quacks. Langmuir took note of the many cases of fraudulent science published during the previous decades, and in 1953 gave a talk about the misuses of science, which he titled Pathological Science. His basic definition of pathological science was science which tricked people into believing false results by subjective effects, quantum, wishful thinking, and threshold interactions. Not all pathological science is willfully fraudulent, but all of it suffers from a common set of pitfalls that distinguish it from solid science. One can recognize how prescient Langmuir's talk was by the fact that many of the criteria we use today for evaluating scientific results or progress and identifying scientific misconduct are elaborations of his theses. Indeed. I mean, he knew. I bet he knew a lot of things, like the electric workings of the universe. I bet he had a good idea of it. Yeah, interesting that he would write that. I think maybe I'll do a video on him. He looks pretty interesting guy. Moving on. You know, like all things that are covered up, there has to be a reason why they do it. You know, what does it mean that Standard Model is covering up the real deal in space? I'm sure it's for a reason. Did you know a magnetic field is more like a fog? Double layers are noisy. Name another name that should be recognizable to you, Hannes Alfvén. And with him, according to Professor Scott, Alfvén was an electrical engineer working for a Swedish power company. They were having these explosive disasters, and they tasked Alfvén to find out what it was. And he not only found out what it was, but he fixed the problem. It turned out that there was a capacitance going on, rather a plasma phenomenon. And every now and then it would explode in these high voltage DC direct current transmission lines. Alfvén deduced that these explosions were occurring in a double layer. So, as Professor Scott says, he extrapolated his ideas into the cosmos. And he reasoned out that this is exactly what is happening in something like a coronal mass ejection. Then Tony Peratt, who was able to create a spiral galaxy in a simulation in a supercomputer using nothing but plasma. And then last but not least, a fellow named Winston Bostick actually created a plasma structure that looked exactly Rama Airlines could be the name given to a part.
Bear with me a second. Anybody who wants to get in the Great Hall, I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Good evening. We'll be streaming for about 1 to 2 hours. A historical synopsis of Saturnian cosmology from John Cook's website, saturniancosmology.org. There will be a link in the description. It gets pretty deep. The chapters of this site will propose that the biology of our planet, our culture, our psychology, and our very existence are the result of a series of incidents arising from the interaction between Earth and other planets within the solar system, most notably Saturn. The biology of Earth is such that a complete accident, and so utterly unlike it, will not have ever been duplicated anywhere, at any time among the billions of other star systems. But here on Earth, all of it, especially the rise of complex species since the Cambrian period 560 million years ago, can be attributed to a series of cataclysmic plasma strikes by Saturn, each of a very long duration. Biologists claim 10,000 years for the extinction events. My original estimate was 15,000 years. As hominids, we survived the last externally induced extinction event, which gave rise to 8 competing subspecies over the course of the last 3 million years. Our only contribution to our distinction from other animals was the invention 10,000 years ago of language and its subsequent cultural transmission that set the stage for further development of our humanity. Much later on, and much closer to our time, subjective consciousness. It all started very long ago, at one time, and from its genesis, Earth was a planet in orbit around Saturn, a brown dwarf star, toward the end.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you're a little bit low in the live stream. I'm listening.
Is it okay now? I don't understand why it's so low. I don't get it. I have everything turned up right. Sometimes I want to tear my hair out of my head with this stuff. Ugh. Let me see what I can do. Can you hear me better now? Hello?
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm listening.
Oh.
It's delayed.
Oh, yes. Okay. I just stopped it.
You know, after you said, "Can you hear me better now?" You were a little louder.
A little louder. Is that better? I don't know what's going on, man. This thing, sometimes it just makes me want to scream.
Are you at 100% on your microphone level?
Yeah.
In Windows?
Yes, I am. 1 second. Let me do something.
Yeah, it's better, Greg. It's better.
It's better? Okay. I don't want, I don't know what the heck is going on. It's not the computer. It's not the mic. I don't know. It's up and down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I'm listening to it here as we're talking, and I'm really loud, and you're quite a bit lower in volume than me.
All right, let me see what I can do about that.
Check Windows, make sure your mic is up full blast.
Yeah. It looks like it is. Yep. I'm going to check the settings real quick. Let's see. Is there? It's full blast. It's 100%. I don't understand. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. I almost canceled tonight because I got really hit hard yesterday.
Because you're your buddy, yeah.
Yeah, you're with a guy one day, and the next day he's gone. And it just, when I went to his funeral and saw him, and everybody was so sad and everything, it just wrecked me.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Man, it's just not fair. What can you do? He had a heart attack. He was only 58.
Yeah. Well, that's my Opa. He kicked of a massive heart attack, but he was late 70s, so I'm hoping that I can get that far.
Me too. Me too. And a lot of people have been asking questions about me because of my voice. It's not so much my voice.
Oh, you're getting older too. I mean, your voice does change with age. So, I mean, as you get older, I've witnessed that, with older people that I've known that have gotten older over time, and I've noticed a change in their voice, more, um, shaky, breaky kind of,
Yeah, I don't think I'm that, but what just was devastating to me is I lost my teeth because of this cancer. They just started falling out.
Yeah,
that was the beginning of me finding. Then I woke up with the lump, and I watched my mom and my sister go through the whole chemo radiation thing, and it killed them quicker.
A nightmare. Yeah.
It was a nightmare. So, when they stamped me down on that table, I just said, get me out of this thing. And they had it all ready, Look, I don't believe that radiation if radiation can give you cancer, why do they think it kills it? I don't understand that. But, so I just went the holistic way. And, I feel okay. I feel good. I lost my teeth, which broke my heart, and I was really embarrassed of it at first.
Don't feel bad, man. I don't have any teeth either. I haven't had any teeth for a few years now.
But you can't tell. I can't tell when you talk. When I talk and I don't have my dentures in, I hate them. I want to get implants, but they're
no. Don't do it.
Why?
Do it. Don't do it.
Why?
Nightmares. I've heard horror stories about implants. The implants not taking properly, and they've moved. And blah 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 blah. No, man, don't do it.
Okay. I didn't know that. I wonder to myself, when you see people on television or podcasts like Trump or Biden or anyone in Congress or anyone on TV, their teeth look perfect. And I wonder to myself, how the hell can those people have perfect teeth at their age?
Well, they brush 3 times a day, and they go to the dentist 3 times a year, and blah 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 blah, and they look after their teeth. I didn't look after my teeth.
I didn't.
You probably didn't look after your teeth as well, and
no.
As part of the reason why they left your mouth like they left my mouth.
Well, I took care of them, and they were fine. They weren't pearly white, but they were fine. But it was when the cancer came that was the beginning of it. That my teeth started getting loose, and I'm like, what the heck is going on? Went to the dentist, and the dentist said I gotta pull them all. And I went, why? He said because they're just in bad shape, and they're gonna cause you to get some kind of disease. Well. So I said, okay, but I already had it because I already had the lump. So I figure it was probably the cancer that did it, And I heard some horror stories from a couple people that had, like a friend of mine's brother had mouth cancer. Didn't catch it until stage 4, and they had to remove the floor of his mouth and cut out his tongue. And made him a new tongue from a leg muscle.
Wow.
I do not want to go down that road, dude. I'd rather be dead than not have my tongue. So, what I've been doing is researching. I've got about 10 cancer books that I've been reading, listening to on Audible, where Andy listens to them with me. God bless Andy. He's such a good guy. And he's always there for me, And
by an ultraviolet light as well.
Yeah. Well, I don't got the ultraviolet. I got the infrared. I always turn my red light on when I'm doing these live streams, You know, I sit in it about 15, 20 minutes a day, sometimes more. But yeah, learning how to talk with these dentures in is been really hard for me because I hate them. I absolutely hate them.
Yeah, well, they take up more space than regular teeth do on your gums, so you got to relearn your speech patterns.
Yeah, yeah. So I have to wear them more. You know, when I'm home, I just don't wear anything. I just, you know, it's hard to chew though. I got to tell you. And you know, with dentures, you know, you really got to use a lot of that glue and all that shit. It's just horrible. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Sometimes I miss my teeth so much. If you're out there and you're not taking care of your teeth, take it from somebody who's been there. Take care of your teeth because they're more valuable than you know.
Listen to your mommy.
That's right. Yeah, in the beginning I got a little emotional because I knew, you know, I was welling up and I said, I got to tell people. I just have to tell people. Because I almost canceled tonight. And maybe I should have. Because mentally I'm just not there. I've been grieving for the last 3 days. And I don't...
Well, it's kind of obvious, Greg. You're hurting, and look at the chat.
I haven't.
Everybody that came in and heard you say that at the beginning, blah blah blah, and
yeah,
they're all supporting you, bro.
I know. I got the greatest subscribers.
You needed some support, so you came to the right place, your place.
My people never let me down. They're always there, and I might not have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, but I'm happy. I'm okay, because the people that I do have are awesome people that I learn from. You know, I learn from as much of the folks as they do from me, from my videos. And it's a give and take thing. It's really cool. That's why I came on, because I felt responsible. I had to do what I do. You know?
Jama's sending all kinds of hearts. Glad you're here. Sending prayers your way. We love you, Greg. Jess says. Rick Jones says, I'm glad you're here today, man.
No, thank you.
And there was a bunch of those before that, so.
God bless you.
They love you, bro, and they want you to keep going and just keep doing what you're doing.
I'll get out of this funk. I will. I'm gonna beat this shit. I mean, I'm in good shape, except for I got a giant lump on my neck.
Well, it hasn't gotten any bigger.
No.
Has it got any smaller?
No. But the pain in my tongue is gone. I've been using 35% food-grade hydrogen peroxide 3 times a day. And let me tell you, just imagine taking a drink of bleach. That's about what it's like.
Yeah.
It's horrible, but I'd rather do that than chemotherapy. And I'm doing vitamin B17 and fenbendazole from 2...
Can you not dilute it a little better?
Well,
little more, so that you intake that amount over a longer period throughout the day?
Yeah, that's what I've done. Actually, I've changed from water to milk because it said you can use milk, and it's a lot better. It's not as bleachy. But I got to do that 3 times a day, and I'm doing B17, and I'm doing everything that I've found from these books that I've been reading, and I'm wondering, you know.
Take your vitamins, Greg.
I take my vitamins. But here's the thing. I rarely have an appetite. I've lost 53 pounds, Shockwave. I'm 6'2", 200 pounds right now. I used to be 6'2", 250.
That's the cancer, is making you drop the weight like that.
I'm just not hungry. Just like, you know, if you want to lose weight, it's not advisable. But
don't eat.
Yeah, don't eat. And they say fasting is good for you. So is my body shutting down because it don't need the extra stress right now? Or should I force myself to eat? That's the question.
Well, you eat once a day for sure. That you got to keep your input level up to your output level. Because if you keep fasting and not putting anything in, your daily requirements is going to start eating away at your body, at your muscle tissue once it's finished with the fat.
Yeah, I'm doing protein shakes. Muscle milk.
Yeah, just make sure that there's calories in those, eh? I mean, like,
weight gain.
Chocolate bars are good for calories.
Yeah, but I hear sugar feeds the beast. That's why I tried to cut sugar out in processed foods. Like today, I had fish and French onion soup.
How about nuts? Nuts are high in calories.
I can't chew nuts. I have to grind them up into a pulp.
Well, I know, but you got dentures.
Yeah, but I hate eating with them. I don't know.
You got to do what you got to do, bro.
Yeah, I know. You have to make the best with what you got, right?
Yep.
That's what I'm doing. And I might not eat every day, but I ate today and I ate yesterday. My appetite just seems to have returned. And that might be that's a good sign, right?
Yeah. Well, see, I only eat one meal a day, and I snack before I go to bed so that I'm not going to bed on a raging stomach.
Right.
And that I can fall asleep easily. And it does me well. I mean, I drink coffee and smoke doobies during the day.
I still smoke weed too.
So
yeah. I quit smoking cigarettes.
That's
5 years ago.
The extent of my intake.
Yeah. I wish I wouldn't have smoked all them years. I think that's probably what caused it. Smoking.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that I'm going to catch the big C at some point, and it'll probably be lung cancer. And
it's an epidemic right now, Shock. 1 out of 3 people will die of cancer.
Yeah.
It used to be 1 out of like 150, 100 years ago.
Well, I hope Robert Kennedy
I do too.
Gets his stuff together and criminalizes Rife's machines.
My goodness, yes. I know. And I want to buy one, but they're so expensive, and I don't even know if it's the real deal or not. You might just be getting scammed. They're like $1,200, $2,200. I can't afford that.
No. They're scams.
But, like you said, I hope that he gets confirmed, because for me, I don't know. I've used to be into politics because I cared, but I realized it didn't matter who was in office, that it just seemed like they were all the same. But then when Trump came along, it kind of changed things. He did a lot during his first presidency, despite the fact that Nancy Lugosi was trying to do everything she could to squash his presidency, and they're still trying. It just don't make any sense to me. Oh, thank you, Darren. Thank you. Wow, you really got
It'll be different this time around, for sure. And a lot more people are waking up to the lunacy of the left. And
no,
I mean, they can't keep making these stupid ideas and carry them forward, like stopping drilling. That was stupidity on the highest order.
No doubt. I mean, look at California right now. I mean, first we got the East Coast hit with hurricanes. Then there's all these drones that don't have propellers, which they're like the anti-gravity or whatever they want to call it. And then we get fires popping up all over California. They don't even have water in their fire hydrants. And like to save a little fish called the smelt. In Michigan, on the St. Clair River, once a year for about 2 weeks, the smelt run, and you just dip your net into the water and you come up with hundreds of them. So it's not an endangered fish. Why did they divert that water from into the ocean?
The way I understand it is that fish likes a more briny environment, a more salty environment, and if they let the water flow, they'll be more unhappy living in a less briny environment. They're stupid.
Oh, I know, and like the chief of the fire department is a lesbian, and the co-chief is a lesbian, and they're so proud of it. I mean, who cares what their sex life is like? It has nothing to do with putting out fires.
With the ability to do their jobs. The LA Fire Department is lowering or removing the physical requirements to become a firefighter now.
It's crazy because you got to help people get out of fires. You have to be able.
You gotta be able to carry somebody that's unconscious out of a building.
Right.
If you can't do that, then what the hell are you doing there?
Right. I could care less about a person's sex life. Whatever they do in their life is up to them. I don't care. I don't judge them. I just don't think they need to dance down Main Street with it in my face. You know, like if you're a white heterosexual male in the United States, you're shit. That's how they look at us. Especially if you're a Christian. Then they really hate you. I just don't get that, dude. I mean, that DEI equals DIE to me. I thought we already had affirmative action. I don't know why we needed DEI, but that shit is going away with Trump. The only thing I worry about Trump is this, Shockwave. He has so much compassion for people that he tends to be more bark than bite. Am I wrong?
Yeah, he's in the past he's said things, but then he's turned around and not done things that he should have done, like putting Clinton in jail. She
Right.
should have been in jail.
Right.
For the server debacle that she did. She should have been in jail, but she was protected because she was a Clinton. So,
yeah, she was the wife of the president of the United States. You know what? They didn't bother having that attitude when they went after Trump, and he didn't even do anything wrong. That Tish James in New York is going after him because he got a loan from Deutsche Bank, and they made $100 million on the deal. What did he do wrong? It was a private transaction, and they're trying to make him a criminal for that. I don't know how they get away with it, man, but I know this.
And they said that he misvalued his property value. But
yeah, $18 million.
Every last one of these loans are done that way. It's craziness.
I think Mar-a-Lago is worth more than $18 million. It's on prime oceanfront. It's probably more like $100 million. You know? Well, let's just hope. The 20th can't come fast enough, really. I mean, Biden is just he has sawdust for brains, and I'm just so glad that the people of America saw through Kamala Harris like I did, and put Trump back in office. And I hope he does make America great again, because the last time I voted before last year, was 2004. Because I didn't like John Kerry. I knew he was corrupt. So I voted for Bush. But Bush was one of the worst presidents we've ever had. I mean, the guy got us in Iraq. He caused the whole mess in the Middle East now. Iraq is nothing but a proxy of Iran now. And, with the Taliban, Biden's sending them $40 million a week. We're funding our own demise. And they say that there's 1,000 of these operators in the country that came through the border. That just scares the hell out of me. Who knows? It could be them setting the fires. But people are so into their surroundings, like they're swimming in money. You know, they got to have a big house and a big fleet of cars and take exotic vacations, and that's what they care about the most. They don't really care about serving the people, and that's what they're supposed to be there for.
Yeah, well, when we were talking about fires, a lot of these fires that happened up in Canada last
I
year,
remember that. I remember
a lot
that.
of them were
We could
set
smell
by
it
people.
in Michigan.
A lot of them were set by people, not
Yeah.
by
Yes.
not by natural causes. And people are stupid. I mean, if you don't trim out the bush on a regular basis by small little spot fires and proper bush management, you're gonna have what you have going on in Los Angeles. The bush is way too close to the houses. They won't let them cut trees down because they're tree-loving garbage. Environmentalists, not ecologicalists. They're environmentalists. So they won't let you cut trees down because they love trees.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can just plant new trees.
Yeah, if you take some trees down around houses, put some trees up around in in a place where it needs trees that aren't close to houses.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it just boggles the mind why these people throw money at stupid things, but they don't spend the money on the things that are necessary.
Right. Right. That's crazy.
Like they'll throw money at whatchamacallit, at you know, supporting gay this or that or the other thing in Guatemala, or in some South American country, when they should be spending the money here on veterans, on housing, on this, on that, on in Canada, healthcare. They should be spending that money on.
Oh yeah,
Not,
your prime minister just resigned, didn't he? Trudeau.
yeah, everybody's saying that, but if you listen to his words carefully, you'll find that he's staying on until March the 9th, when they choose a new leader.
As the Conservative
So
Party,
he hasn't stepped aside, and they've chose an interim prime minister. He's staying on until then.
I see. Yeah, well, let's just hope that, we don't have... I'm just really worried about some huge event like a nuke going off or some kind of attack, that's going to kill a lot of people. I'm just worried about it. Not for myself, but for my fellow Americans. I don't want anything to happen to them.
Well, you can bet your bottom dollar that in 9 days, the Russia-Ukraine thing is going to slowly melt away into nothingness. They're going to settle the problems. Trump is probably going to acknowledge the fact that NATO is pushing on the Russian, the Russian borders, which they said that they wouldn't, but they did anyway. I mean, look at what happened in Ukraine. They were setting up all kinds of labs and stuff like that. NATO was setting all kinds of labs and doing all kinds of medical research on Ukrainian soil, and they weren't supposed to be there. And that resulted in Sweden and the other country joining NATO as well, the one that's right on Russia's border. What is it?
Kazakhstan?
No, north.
North. North of Russia.
Well, in the north. It's not. It's not in the south. It's Norwegian. Norwegians.
Norway.
Norway. Yeah, they joined NATO, or they're wanting to join NATO.
I can understand that, but see, we promised them when the Soviet Union collapsed that we would never try to make Ukraine a part of NATO.
Not just Ukraine. We would stay.
Yeah, right.
The countries that bordered Russia would be off limits to NATO expansion. Well, that didn't happen.
Then Zelensky somehow accused Russia of firing a missile into Poland, which the Ukrainians did. It almost started World War III. And I'm just, I mean, how many times is Putin going to have to, is he going to just warn people that they've taken the sheath off the nuclear missiles? I mean, that's our worst nightmare, buddy. I mean, that'll destroy.
I know, but when Trump gets in, he's already said day one he's going to back out of Ukraine.
Good.
He's already said that, day one.
Putin said he's ready to talk, and Zelensky even said, did you know Zelensky's gay? It's not that it matters, but I'm just wondering, where are all these gay people? I don't have anything against them, but is it something in the air? Is it something in the food? 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you never heard of it. Maybe it was because they were just in the closet.
Just put it down to artistic sensibility.
Artistic sensibility.
You have to be a certain kind of person.
Yeah.
To be an artist.
I just don't get it. I don't get it. I'd never be attracted to them. I mean, God made us male and female for a reason, to procreate so we can keep going. If everybody was gay, then we wouldn't have new generations. I mean, I don't think they're wrong, or I don't even know what to think about it, honestly, Rick. I just don't. I just will say whatever,
Yeah, I don't have any problem with people being the way they want to be, but just don't force it on others.
Right.
Just keep it in your home.
That's right.
Like we don't force it on on others. We don't know. So stop.
I heard that the Prime Minister of France's wife is really a man.
That's
crazy.
That's like Michelle Obama.
Big Mike. They call her Big Mike.
Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is. And if it is if it is, then whatever. Who cares? Why? So what?
Yeah, my little cat. She's demanding that I pet her.
I hear her.
Yeah. She's always complaining. I'll pet you later, okay? No.
Oh, there's a picture of a cat on YouTube right now.
Go away. Go away. Go lay down. Just lay down, okay? Yeah, I'll pet you later. I got a black cat. Her name's Shadow. I love her. She's sweet. But she's a pain in the butt too, man. I gotta clean that litter box. Well, my son does, really. And I do sometimes, but he does most of the time. It's just nasty. I hate that. But anyways, I just wanted to chat.
Get a long-handled scoop.
Yeah. I wanted to chat with you for a while because I know that you go to bed early or, sometimes. And I just wanted to make sure I chatted with you because you gave up your chat for Ramon last week. I thought that was really cool.
Well, no, I was just, doing whatever needed to be done.
Right. Yeah, that's you. You're very valuable to me, Shockwave. I love you, man.
I love you too, bro.
Okay, that's cool. Well, I guess maybe we should get into some Saturn theory. What do you feel like seeing?
Singing.
What do you feel like seeing?
Oh, I'm all about now trying to give credence to the electric universe. And the only thing that really gives credence to the model of an electric sun is Sapphire. And a lot of people, they don't realize the significance of all the firsts that Sapphire has done. Like creating stable double layers, containing temperatures of 80,000 degrees plus within the double layers, slowing down the speed of light 5,000 times,
I didn't know any of that.
among other things. Yeah, it's listed on some of the Thunderbolt Sapphire videos, all of the accomplishments.
Yeah, I'm going to have to revisit the Sapphire Project because the last time I heard, they got a big bunch of money, and then I don't hear from them anymore.
Well, Monty has disappointed me. He doesn't want to change the world with the Sapphire engine. He doesn't want to go in the direction of competing against the energy giants to make power. The company is focused on removing radioactivity from fracking water, from drilling water, basically. The water that comes up from underground is radioactive, and they've built a mini Sapphire engine that clamps onto the pipe, and as the water runs through it, it changes any radioactive material to non-radioactive, to inert. That's the focus now. That's where they're going to make their money. And it's unfortunate, but I mean, they could be making elements. They could be creating power while they're making these elements, changing the world. But they've chose to go this other direction. I don't know.
All right. Well, I'm looking for it right now. We'll go with cosmology for layman, electric universe for standard model. I'm trying to find it. If you want to do that, I could
Do whatever you want, man. It doesn't matter. I'm getting ready to crash out pretty soon anyway. I'm pretty tired.
All right.
Let's find out what the people want.
But yeah, let's go to chat. What do you guys feel like seeing tonight? What do you guys feel like getting into? Do you guys feel like seeing the electric universe or Saturn theory or anything else that I might have?
How about Greg's music, maybe even sprinkled in between?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I used to do that, but then I thought, well, that's pretty selfish of me because maybe everyone doesn't like music, because
No, dude, a lot of people enjoy your music.
You think so?
Yeah, man. Ask the chat.
All right, those in chat, what do you want to see, and do you like music? Because I love music. I could play music all night, but I know that you guys aren't with me for that reason. Saturn theory. Okay, Jess. You got it.
Type 1 if you like Greg playing music every once in a while in between, Saturn theory and electric universe theory and stuff.
Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Rick. Chloe, good to meet you. I got to give you the voice.
Your stream will stop immediately and you will no longer be live.
Oh, God.
Dot. This stream.
Okay.
Your stream will stop immediately and you will no longer be live.
Forget it then.
Dot.
Sorry.
This stream can be accessed again from the manage list.
Go away.
Exiting will not end a stream if it is currently live.
Go away.
A catchy title can
Shut
help you
up.
hook viewers. When you create stream titles, it's a good idea to...
Thank you. God, that's my usual voice. It helps me pronounce words. Okay, Saturn theory it is. Then we might as well just stay with what we were at, because that was John Cook, right?
Well, Jess typed one twice. Once one and another time uno. That's one in Italian, by the way. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, play some music in between between the videos, dude. People love it.
All right. I'll show a video and then I'll play a couple jams and then we'll go from there. How's that? Let's see. Oh, I have so many of them. We'll just go back to John Cook's, I guess. He has a good, well, yeah, but then there's the other one. I have so many of them, it's hard to pick. Saturn Theory Overlord. Okay, let me just find. Okay, I gotta find my playlist. I'm looking, and
So Jess wants Saturn theory, and she was the only one that responded. So
okay, we'll stick with what I was on. I was on. Shadow, be quiet now. Come on, stop it. All right.
people love animals. Don't worry.
Let's see what this is. Yep. Okay, we'll go back and listen to John Cook's Saturn Theory, and then I'll play the first Saturn Theory video I made. I'll talk to you later, Rick.
All right, dude. Have a good night, everybody, and have a great New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year, absolutely. I'll check back later. Maybe.
Well, I didn't want to say Happy New Year because we're kind of past that. I
Yeah.
just wish everybody a great New Year's, and hopefully it's amazing for everybody.
And I'm going to be around for New Year's 26. I'm going to make sure of it.
Damn straight.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night. All right. We're back, and we're going to put on John Cook's version, and then we'll get into some more. A historical synopsis of Saturnian cosmology from John Cook's website, saturniancosmology.org. There will be a link in the description. He gets pretty deep. The chapters of this site will propose that the biology of our planet, our culture, our psychology, and our very existence are the result of a series of incidents arising from the interaction between Earth and other planets within the solar system, most notably Saturn. The biology of Earth is such that a complete accident, and so utterly unlike it, will not have ever been duplicated anywhere at any time among the billions of other star systems. But here on Earth, all of it, especially the rise of complex species since the Cambrian period 560 million years ago, can be attributed to a series of cataclysmic plasma strikes by Saturn, each of a very long duration. Biologists claim 10,000 years for the extinction events. My original estimate was 15,000 years. As hominids, we survived the last externally induced extinction event, which gave rise to 8 competing subspecies over the course of the last 3 million years. Our only contribution to our distinction from other animals was the invention 10,000 years ago of language and its subsequent cultural transmission.
that set the stage for further development of our humanity. Much later on, and much closer to our time, subjective consciousness. It all started very long ago, at one time, and from its genesis, Earth was a planet in orbit around Saturn, a brown dwarf star, toward the end of the Precambrian, 600 million years ago. The Saturnian system intersected with the solar system. Saturn was swept around the sun and back into deep space, to return at regular 26 to 27 million year intervals. Over the course of time, some of the satellites, planets of Saturn, were wrenched from their orbits around Saturn to end up revolving around the sun instead. The Earth likely became a solar system planet at the end of the Permian, 250 million years ago. From 600 million years ago, Saturn kept entering the solar system regularly to disturb its lost satellites, now circling the sun. At about 3 million years ago, Saturn likely had a run-in with Jupiter, a solar system planet at that time, orbiting the sun at a distance probably somewhat less than the Earth's orbit today. The orbital period of Saturn was significantly reduced as a result. During the last 3 million year period, Saturn started scavenging its lost satellites, and perhaps solar system planets, all in orbit close to the sun. The possibility of a captured planet again orbiting Saturn at its equator is virtually nil. Instead, the scavenged planets ended up in superpolar or subpolar locations, the only locations which seem to be dynamically stable. Because Saturn had come in from outside of the solar system, and most likely was a star originally, it would have been at a very high positive charge level, distinct from the solar system planets. Solar system planets would have been attracted to Saturn when Saturn entered the solar system, rather than be repelled, as would be the case of two planets with nearly equal values of charge. Saturn, with its stack of captured planets, was seen by hominids, Homo erectus, and recorded in the shapes of artifacts in the Paleolithic of about 2 million years ago, and by humans, Homo sapiens, as carved images in the Upper Paleolithic from 30,000 BC, and by the hundreds of millions during the early Neolithic, 10,000 to 3,000 BC, when the stack of planets was much more frequently seen. At about 10,900 BC, Earth, at that time a planet of the Sun, made an electric field contact with Saturn, causing 1,500 years of darkness. Oh yeah, shadow on Earth. The period of darkness is recognized by many of the world's creation myths, and was recorded in the illustrated graphic books of Mesoamerica, references to which are made in colonial period documents. Climatologically, the period is identified today as the Younger Dryas, when for some 1,500 years Earth got as cold as it had ever been. Over the next 7,000 years, the orbit of Earth, apparently equal to the orbit of Saturn at that time, but below Saturn, progressively moved laterally to have Earth's orbital path eventually travel below the center of Saturn. Thus, between 10,900 BC and 3147 BC, Earth was part of a strange configuration of stacked planets, a condition which provided long summers and a mild climate in the northern hemisphere. Planets dominated by the giant form of Saturn stood above the north horizon and close to Earth, but measured in millions of miles, and were taken by humans to be gods, who supported them, and for whose benefit they labored at agriculture and conducted trade. Initially, during a 1,500-year period after 10,900 BC, when the cold of the Younger Dryas set in, and long before Saturn was clearly seen, 3 fiercely lighted ball plasmoids were seen far south of Earth. Below the South Pole, between about 10,900 BC and 8347 BC, these connected to Saturn in the north via strands of brilliant arcs of electrons. Forms of various shapes ran south over these electron lines, traveling toward the 3 plasmoids. The moving shapes were taken to be dead animals and dead humans. The objects in the sky became the basis for all original religions and a good deal of mythology throughout the world, for they persisted in showing nightly and seasonally over the course of 2,500 years to 8347 BC, although only for 3 periods of hundreds of years. For the people of Mesoamerica, the year 8347 BC, when the last of the plasmoids extinguished after 2,500 years, was the end of their first tally of years, which accounted for the first creation. We know only a little about these ball plasmoids from obscure mythological references, and we would still not know very much if it had not been for an investigation undertaken by a team led by Anthony Peratt of Los Alamos National Labs, of some 4 million petroglyphs worldwide, carved high up on mountainsides facing in all directions, but always with a clear view toward the south. That study, published in the journal IEEE Transactions on Plasma Science in 2003, was an absolutely astounding revelation. More on that in a later chapter. In 4077 BC, Saturn dropped its coma.
All right, where's the echo coming from? I never had an echo in there.
This had been the chaos before below Saturn at that time. Jupiter was 685 BC. The inner planet's interplanetary movements from long before, especially by Homo erectus. Below Saturn, the following were located from top to bottom. Mercury joined the group in about 14,000 BC. Mars, resident probably since at least 30,000 BC or earlier, and Earth joined the group after 10,900 BC. In 3147 BC, this configuration of standing planets broke apart, with 3 large planets moving far away from the Sun, and Earth, and Venus, released to overlapping inner orbits. The breakup produced a stupendous flood of the waters, which had been held at the South Polar region due to the gravitational attraction of Saturn for some 7,000 years. The water held at the South Pole was due to the lifting up of the Earth's crust in the Arctic and the sinking toward the Earth's interior in the Antarctic. Flood stories are ubiquitous, found in over 500 independent myths, all with the same coherent details. The survivors included people far inland and those living already on mountain slopes, and apparently the people of the Nile Delta and northern Mesopotamia. The only recourse to a livelihood for many of the survivors was agriculture, which soon sprang up simultaneously in 6 unconnected regions of Earth. The breakup was caused by Jupiter, which had circled the Sun as an inner planet up to that time. Jupiter was subsequently seen receding in the skies, surrounded by a coma visually 3 times larger than the diameter of the Moon today. Below the south pole of Jupiter extended a gigantic plasma outpouring, making it look like Jupiter was resting on a mountain. It was green initially. Above the planet were much smaller, horn-like extensions. The whole of this looked like a person in a mantle, but was also identified as the Bull of Heaven. Jupiter was taken as the new god, called the Younger. Jupiter retained its massive lower outpouring until it entered the asteroid belt in about 2860 BC, after which the coma reduced in size and changed its shape. After 3070 BC, Mars and Mercury, which had remained in their positions below Saturn, were released when Saturn entered the asteroid belt. The 2 planets crossed Earth's orbit for about 300 years, overriding the Earth's orbit close to Earth on a 30-year or 15-year average intervals. At those times, Mars was at times brought into plasma contact with Earth, looking like a squat mountain which circled the Earth. The visual effect of the rotation of Earth, with Saturn and Jupiter both disappearing into the ecliptic. Mars was held to be the god in charge of Earth, Horus of the Egyptians. This lasted till about 2750 BC or 2700 BC, after which the regular visits of Mars. Was Saturn the sun? Seems like a good question. Was Saturn the sun in ancient times, or seen in history and mythology, skies, as the sun-like object? The Saturn theory, through comparative mythology, Roman Saturnalia festival, etc., suggests that Saturn may have been our first sun, or at least associated as our star. This is explored through David Talbot's Saturn myth, and perhaps starting to be explained through the Saturnian cosmologies of the Thunderbolt's electric universe theory, Alfred de Grazia, and other Immanuel Velikovsky-inspired catastrophism models and revised chronology. These diagrams of some proposed Saturn polar configurations may help visualize initially mind-bending concepts. The Sun and Saturn are two very different celestial objects, yet the Babylonians appeared to confuse the two. Or was it just the translators of the Babylonian texts? Thomson, in his introduction to his collection of astrological reports, has noticed that the planet Saturn was also designated as Samas, i.e., sun, by the Babylonian Assyrian astrologers, and he quotes the statement of Hyginus to the effect that Saturn was called the star of the sun and catastrophism. Saturn was named after the Roman god of agriculture and harvest. While the planet may have gotten its name from its golden color, like a field of wheat, it also had to do with its position in the sky. According to mythology, the god Saturn stole the position of king of the gods from his father Uranus. The throne was then stolen by Jupiter. Mythology of Planets, Universe Today.
Chonjiwang.
The Chonjiwang Bonpuri Chronicles of Shanjilong is a Korean creation myth, traditionally retold by shamans in the small island of Jeju-do. Despite its title, the supreme deity Chijiwang, whose name means king of the heavens and of earth, serves mainly as a secondary character. The protagonists of the myth are instead the two sons of Shanjiwang, Great Star and Small Star. Chonjiwang Bonpuri, Wikipedia. Other peoples' EU variations also suggest different solar system configurations in our planet's recent history. Our gas giants that are brown dwarf-type stars everywhere else, and other planets perhaps usurping other planet kings for a short period or reflecting and basking in their glory. During Saturnalia festival period, around Christmas time, the roles of Roman households were reversed, with slaves becoming the master, in remembrance of when Saturn recently ruled the skies. It was a golden age. In a poem about a lavish Saturnalia under
Domitian,
Statius makes it clear that the emperor, like Jupiter, still reigns during the temporary return of Saturn, king of Saturnalia, Wikipedia. And the overthrow of Saturn symbolizes the demise of the old culture which worshipped this ancient god. According to Roman mythology, after Saturn was dethroned by his son Jupiter, Zeus, he hid himself,
Latuit,
in the countryside, called Latium, in his honor. At the invitation of the god Janus, he reigned together with his wife. Is that her name, really? Ops, over Rome's golden ages, bringing prosperity, abundance, and civilization. The Romans nostalgized that legendary state as the golden age of Latium. Many of the rites of the Saturnalia were intended to restore that long-lost utopia, if only for a short time each year. Saturnalia recalling an ancient age. Was Saturn the original sun? Was Saturn a brown dwarf star where planet Earth resided during the Golden Age? Perhaps during the Saturn polar configuration. And yet the profile of the great sun gods presents a fascinating dilemma. During the past century, several authorities noticed that Greek and Latin astronomical texts show a mysterious confusion of the sun. Greek Helios, Latin Sol, with the outermost planet, Saturn. Though the designation seems bizarre, the expression star of Helios or star of Sol was applied to Saturn. Of the Babylonian star worshippers, the chronicler Diodorus writes, "To the one we call Saturn they give a special name, sun star." Similarly, the Greek historian Nonus, gives Kronos as the Arab name of the sun. Though Kronos meant only Saturn and no other celestial body, Hyginus, in listing the planets, names first Jupiter, then the planet of Sol. Others say Saturn. A Greek ostracon, cited by the eminent classicist Franz Boll, identifies the Egyptian sun god Ra, not with our sun, but with the planet Saturn. This repeated confusion of the sun and Saturn seems to make no sense at all. Can you imagine any difficulty in separating the two bodies, or distinguishing the one from the other? One fact beyond dispute is that the word Helios did come from the Greek word for our sun, just as the Latin Sol gave his name to our sun. The same can be said for the older Shamash and Ra. The names of these gods became the names of the solar orb. But that's where the connection with our sun ends, and the mystery of Saturn, the universal monarch, begins. As strange as it may seem, early astronomical traditions identify the primeval sun as the planet Saturn, the distant planet which alchemists called the best sun, and which the Babylonians, the founders of astronomy, identified as the exemplary light of heaven, the sun god Shamash. Shamash is the planet Saturn. The astronomical texts say, in archaic copies of Plato's Timaeus, the word for the planet Saturn is Helios, the sun god. Popular Greek tradition identified Saturn as Kronos, alter ego of Helios, and Kronos is said to have ruled over the pole. But only a handful of scholars have bothered to trace the parallel reference in other cultures, or to address the unanswered questions. Saturn in ancient times, thunderbolts. Picture of the day. The Popol Vuh, lauded as the Mayan Bible, attests to the same idea. There, a previous sun god is described as follows. Like a man was the sun when it showed itself. We've heard this before. It showed itself when it was born and remained fixed in the sky like a mirror. Certainly it was not the same sun which we see, it is said in their old tales. The Saturn myth, maverick science. A golden race of mortal men who lived in the time of Kronos, when he was reigning in heaven, and they lived like gods, without sorrow of heart, remote and free from toil. Miserable age rested not on them. What happened to them? Works and Days, Hesiod, Velikovsky Archive. Peoples that remembered early tragedies enacted in the sky by the heavenly bodies asserted that Jupiter drove Saturn away from its place in the sky. Before Jupiter, Zeus became the chief god. Saturn, Kronos, occupied the celestial throne. And in all ancient religions, the dominion passes from Saturn to Jupiter. In Greek mythology, Kronos is presented as the father and Zeus as his son, who dethrones him. Kronos devours some of his children. After this act, Zeus overpowers his father, puts him in chains, and drives him from his royal station in the sky. In Egyptian folklore or religion, the participants of the drama are said to be Osiris, Saturn, brother and husband of Isis, Jupiter, the worship of Saturn in the beginning, Emmanuel Velikovsky, and I've read that. I may read it again. Here is a remarkable fact. Though numerous figures of the universal monarch are translated conventionally as the sun god, the celestial power invoked by the world's first religion is not the body we call the sun today. In fact, the star worshippers specifically distinguished it from our sun by calling it best sun, the primeval sun, the central sun. There has to be something to it. Of course, you know, the water and oxygen and salt match as well on the scientific side. Natives of Mexico recall that prior to the present age, an exemplary sun ruled over the world. But this was not the sun of today. His name, Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl. The Maya maintained essentially the same idea, calling the primeval sun Hurricane. The Incas of Peru spoke of a former superior sun to the present sun. The ancient Egyptians, the sun god Atum-Ra, the model ruler, reigned over the fortunate area for a time, then retired from the world. The Sumerian An, ruling with terrifying splendor, was the central luminary in the sky, but not our sun, and later departed to a more remote domain. When it comes to the well-known sun gods of early man, nothing in the mythical record seems to have unnerved the experts. As to the original solar character of the Greek Helios, Latin Sol, Assyrian Shamash, or Egyptian Ra, scholars have maintained an unwavering confidence. And surely you can see why. Could it really be doubted that Helios, radiating light from his brow, is our sun? Saturn, the ancient sun god, David Talbot. Saturn did not move on its present remote orbit, but ruled as the central sun around which the other heavenly bodies visually revolved. The words used by ancient civilizations that are interpreted today as the sun, like the Egyptian Ra, the Greek Helios, and the Roman Sol, all originally referred to the gas giant Saturn. Was that planet our primordial parent? Was Saturn until recently a much larger brown dwarf? The apparent size and color of an electric star is an electrical phenomenon. If Jupiter's magnetosphere was lit up, it would appear the size of the full moon. Was ancient man around to see it as a sun? If not, why would anyone call a faint yellowish speck in the night sky the sun? Other stars, other worlds, other life, hollow science. Kronos was confused with, or perhaps consciously identified with, due to the similarity in name, the Titan Kronos, already in antiquity, the identification becoming more widespread during the Renaissance, giving rise to the allegory of Father Time wielding the harvesting scythe or sickle. He was depicted in Greco-Roman mosaics as a man turning the zodiac wheel. Kronos, however, also be contrasted with the deity Ion as eternal time. Kronos is usually portrayed through an old wise man with a long gray beard, such as Father Time. In Greek mythology, Kronos, in pre-Socratic philosophical works, is said to be the personification of time. He emerged from the primordial chaos. He is often mythologically confused with the Titan Kronos. He was depicted in Greco-Roman mosaics as a man turning the zodiac wheel. Often the figure is named Eon, eternal time, a common alternate name for the god. His name actually means time, and is alternatively spelled Kronos, K-H-R-O-N-O-S, transliteration of the Greek Kronos, or Cronus, Latin version, Saturn in mythology. Now, even though Velikovsky points out that Saturn was once much more massive body than it is today, it is hard to imagine that it could have been massive enough to be a star in the context of the thermonuclear theory of stellar energy. If, however, it was an electrically fueled star, its initial stellar state and its sudden demise seem readily explainable. Ralph Jurgens, Earth is a Satellite of Saturn, Velikovsky Archive. In fact, it may well be both Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter and Saturn were at one time minor stars, and that their satellite systems were formed as the result of minor or planetary nova outbursts. CER.
There's nothing to fear. The gas giant Saturn. It's the outermost planet visible to the naked eye, moving on an orbit almost 900 million miles from the Sun. For those untrained in finding planets in the night sky, it could hardly be said that Saturn stands out amongst its starry companions. This lack of distinction underscores an unsolved mystery. Where did all of the extravagant images attached to this distant speck in the sky come from? The story of Saturn as creator. Saturn presiding over a lost golden age. Saturn as a primeval sun. Saturn's preposterous location at the celestial pole around which the heavens visually turn. Saturn as the founding father of kings. And Saturn as dying or displaced God. In due course, we'll take up the god's connection to an immense crescent, seen as a scythe or sickle turning in the sky. So too the cosmic mountain, from which Saturn was said to have once ruled the world. And the planet god's role as divine ancestor of different nations, all recounting the same core idea. The mysteries will quickly overwhelm a researcher the moment he asks the present sky to explain the ancient themes. In fact, many scholars simply walked away from the dilemma. Here's the dilemma in a nutshell. The myths appear to be much older than any recorded observations of planets. The first flowering of the monumental civilizations occurred in an environment of myth and magic. There are no lists of planets, no diaries of planetary motions. The celebrated gods do not look at all like the planets we know so well today. So most scholars simply state that planetary behavior could not have provoked any of the great myths. The attachment of myths to planets must have come much later, perhaps in the first millennium BC. Our message, however, is that a radically different planetary arrangement prevailed in an earlier time. Planets, not in their present orbits, but planets provoked all of the mythic archetypes. What we're offering in this series are reasons for known facts, things not disputed. This includes the fact that the astronomer priests themselves, in recording the tranquil and predictable motions of planets in later times, named these bodies explicitly as the great gods of the primeval epoch. And that's the heart of the dilemma. Why does the behavior of these most venerated gods so boldly contradict all observations of the named planets today? By working with the points of cross-cultural agreement, we'll see that the astronomical images of Saturn connect theme by theme with an archaic story told around the world, told long after most cultures had lost track of any planetary connections. The story says that in a former time, a central luminary, a motionless sun, turned as a great wheel in the sky. But why an identification with the planet Saturn? It's said that this ancient power, the father of kings, presided over an age of natural abundance and cosmic harmony. But this story, in its countless variations, does not end well. It states that the world fell into confusion when the ruling god fled the theater or tumbled from his appointed station. Then the hordes of chaos were set loose and all of creation slipped into a cosmic night, the gods themselves battling furiously in the heavens, the clash of the titans. In the well-known Greek tradition, this was the story of the displaced god Kronos, the father of kings. Kronos was the Greek name for the planet Saturn. And yet, enigmatically, the same planet was also named Helios, the sun, a fact that has perplexed classical scholars for a century and a half. The shadow cast by Saturn reached across the millennia. Even today, our language retains the age-old cultural ambivalence toward this most ancient god. The word Saturnian expresses the splendor of the Golden Age, while the word Saturnine reflects the melancholy of paradise lost. Guesses as to explanations will never work, but an explanation based on systematic, cross-cultural investigation will work, allowing a global story to mean what it says, even if that requires a measure of patience as verifiable pieces come one by one into a coherent picture of the ancient sky.
Saturn, so active in cosmic changes, was regarded by all mankind as the supreme god. Seneca says that Epigenes, who studied astronomy among the Chaldeans, estimates that the planet Saturn exerts the greatest influence upon all the movements of the celestial bodies. On becoming a nova, it ejected filaments in all directions, and the solar system became illuminated as if by 100 suns. It subsided rather quickly and retreated into faraway regions. Peoples that remembered early tragedies enacted in the sky by the heavenly bodies asserted that Jupiter drove Saturn away from its place in the sky. Before Jupiter, Zeus became the chief god. Saturn, Kronos, occupied the celestial throne. In all ancient religions, the dominion passes from Saturn to Jupiter. In Greek mythology, Kronos is presented as the father and Zeus as his son, who dethrones him. Kronos devours some of his children. After this act, Zeus overpowers his father, puts him in chains, and drives him from his royal station in the sky. If Egyptian folklore or religion, the participants of the drama are said to be Osiris, Saturn, brother and husband of Isis, Jupiter. The cult of Osiris and the mysteries associated with it dominated the Egyptian religion as nothing else. Every dead man or woman was entombed with observances honoring Osiris. The city of Abydos in the desert west of the Nile and northwest of Thebes was sacred to him. Sais in the delta, used to commemorate the floating of Osiris' body carried by the Nile into the Mediterranean, what made Osiris so deeply ingrained in the religious memory of the nation that his cult pervaded mythology and religion. Osiris' dominion before his murder by Seth was remembered as a time of bliss. According to the legend, Seth, Osiris' brother, killed and dismembered him, whereupon Isis, Osiris' wife, went on peregrinations to collect his dispersed members. Having gathered them and wrapped them together with swathings, she brought Osiris back to life. The memory of this event was a matter of yearly jubilation among the Egyptians. Osiris became lord of the netherworld, the land of the dead. A legend, a prominent part of the Osiris cycle, tells that Isis gave birth to Horus, whom she conceived from the already dead Osiris, and that Horus grew up to avenge his father by engaging Seth in mortal combat. In Egyptology, the meaning of these occurrences stands as an unresolved mystery. The myth of Osiris is too remarkable and occurs in too many divergent forms not to contain a considerable element of historic truth, wrote Sir Alan Gardner, the leading scholar in these fields. But what historical truth is it? Could it be of an ancient king upon whose tragic death the entire legend hinged? Wondered Gardner. But of such a king, not a trace has been found before the time of the pyramid texts. And in these texts, Osiris is spoken of without end. There he appears as a dead god or a king or judge of the dead. But who was Osiris in real life? Asked Gardner. At times, he is represented to us as the vegetation which perishes in the floodwater mysteriously issuing from himself. He is associated with brilliant light. After the life of studying Egyptian history and religion, Gardner confessed that he remained unaware of whom Osiris represented or memorialized. The origin of Osiris remains for me as insoluble mystery, nor could others in this field help him find the answer. The Egyptologist John Wilson wrote that it is an admission of failure that the chief cultural content of Egyptian civilization, its religion, its mythological features, again and again narrated and alluded to in the text and represented in statues and temple reliefs, is not understood. The astral meaning of Egyptian deities was not realized, and the cosmic events of their activities were not thought of. The prophet Ezekiel in the Babylon exile had a vision, the likeness of a man, but made of fire and amber, who lifted him by the lock of his hair and brought him to some darkened chamber where the ancients of the house of Israel, with censers in their hands, were worshipping idols portrayed upon the wall round about. Then the angel of the vision told him, "Thou shalt see greater abominations that they do." And he brought the prophet to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, and behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. Next he showed him also Jews in the inner court of the Lord's house, with their back toward the temple of the Lord, and their faces toward the east, that they worshipped the sun toward the east. The worship of the sun and the planets was decried by Jeremiah, a contemporary of Ezekiel. But what was this weeping for Tammuz? Tammuz was a Babylonian god. One of the months of the year, approximately coinciding with July, in the summer, was named in his honor. And by this very name, it is known in the present-day Hebrew calendar, Tammuz was the god that died and was then hidden in the underworld. His death was the reason for a fast, accompanied by lamentations of the women of the land. His finding or his return to life and resurrection were the motifs of the Passion. Tammuz was the god of vegetation, of the flood, and of seeds. The god Tammuz came from Armenia every year in his ark in the overflowing river, blessing the alluvium with new growth. In the month of Tammuz he was bound, and the liturgies speak of his having been drowned among flowers, which were thrown upon him as he sank beneath the waves of the Euphrates. The drowning of Tammuz was an occasion for wailing by women. The flood has taken Tammuz. The raging storm has brought him low. Of Tammuz, it is also narrated that he was associated with brilliant light, with descent into the netherworld, visited by Ishtar, his spouse. Tammuz's death, his subsequent resurrection, or his discovery in the far reaches, but no longer brilliant, were the themes of the cult that was not just one of the mysteries, but the chief and paramount cult. The Osirian mysteries, the wailing for Tammuz, all refer to the transformation of Saturn during and following the deluge. Osiris was not a king, but the planet Saturn, Kronos of the Greeks, Tammuz of the Babylonians. Babylonians called Saturn the star of Tammuz. After the deluge, Saturn was invisible. The sky was covered for a long time by clouds of volcanic dust. And the Egyptians cried for Osiris, and the Babylonians cried for Tammuz. Isis, Jupiter at that time, went in search of her husband, and Ishtar, also Jupiter at that early time, went to the netherworld to find her husband Tammuz. For a time Saturn disappeared, driven away by Jupiter, and when it reappeared, it was no longer the same planet. It moved very slowly. The disappearance of the planet Saturn in the netherworld became the theme of many religious observances, compromising liturgies, mystery plays, lamentations, and fasts. When Osiris was seen again in the sky, though greatly diminished, the people were frenzied by the return of Osiris from death. Nevertheless, he became king of the netherworld. In the Egyptian way of seeing the celestial drama, Isis, Jupiter, the spouse of Osiris, Saturn, wrapped him in swathings. Osiris was known as the Swath, the way the dead came to be dressed for their journey to the world of the dead, over which Osiris reigns. Similar rites were celebrated in honor of Adonis, who died and was resurrected after a stay in the Netherland, in the mysteries of Orpheus. Sir James G. Fraser, the collector of folklore, came to regard Osiris as a vegetation god. Likewise, he saw in the Babylonian Tammuz an equivalent of the Egyptian Osiris, a vegetation god, and carried away by this concept, wrote his The Golden Bow, built around the idea of the vegetation god that dies and is resurrected the following year. A few peoples, through consecutive planetary ages, kept fidelity to the ancient Saturn, or Kronos, or Brahma, whose age was previous to that of Jupiter. Thus the Scythians were called Uman Manda by the Chaldeans, people of Manda, and Manda is the name of Saturn. The Phoenicians regarded El Saturn as their chief deity. Eusebius informs us that El, a name used also in the Bible as a name for God, was the name of Saturn. In Persia, Saturn was known as Kevan or Kavan. The different names for God in the Bible reflect the process of going through many ages in which one planet superseded another and was again superseded by the next one in the celestial war. El was the name of Saturn, Adonis of the Syrians. The bewailed deity was also like Osiris, the planet Saturn. But in the period of the contest between the two major planets, Jupiter and Saturn, the appellative of the dual gods became Adonai, which means my lords. Then, with the victory of Jupiter, it came to be applied to him alone. Emanuel Velikovsky.
cradle of life. And this gets back to the idea of the Garden of Eden period in man's memory. If you're a satellite orbiting within that anode glow, and this is not an outrageous idea because astronomers have suggested the same thing for red giants, that planets could actually orbit within that star because the atmosphere is such low density. In fact, we orbit in the sun's atmosphere, if you like, and it doesn't cause us any trouble. But within that glowing shell, the radiant energy received from that envelope is constant over the entire globe. The light from the plasmasphere is not reflected light, it's radiant energy. Brown dwarfs radiate blue and ultraviolet light, even though they are cool at a temperature around 950 K. This is further evidence that we are looking at a mix of an electrical red anode glow and coronal ultraviolet blue end of the spectrum. There are no seasons, no tropics, and no ice caps. A planet does not have to rotate, its axis can point in any direction, and its orbit can be eccentric, and you'll still get this beautiful, even temperature over the whole body. The radiant energy received by the planet will be strongest at the blue and red ends of the spectrum, so photosynthesis, which relies on red light, would be very active. The skylight would be a pale purple, which maybe is referred to by the classical purple dawn of creation. And I know that in Canberra we have this new arboretum, which is fantastic, and all of the new trees that are being planted are put in red plastic to start with. And I asked the head of the arboretum why they did that, and he said the plants grow much better in red light. Water molecules dominate the spectra of brown dwarfs. So you want to know where the Earth's water came from? The light on Earth was dim and purplish amid a continuous mist of water. No other bodies in the system were visible. And this is what Dave mentioned yesterday. This explains the abundant water on Earth and many satellites of the gas giant planets and the rings of Saturn. And the red light, warmth and water was ideally suited for giant ferns. It explains the gigantic lush vegetation found at the poles, fossilized as coal. Now the problem faced by life on planets orbiting a red star, I think you saw last night, which was this flaring red dwarf. So this tendency to flare up is a problem. The reason for this is that, as I said, the red stars don't have the current regulation afforded by the bright photosphere. So the response of a red star to a sudden electrical disturbance in their environment is to shed charged matter in a flare-up. They may also change in apparent size as the anode glow accommodates to the electrical environment. I think this would account for the great dyings in the geological record and the episodic deposit of vast sediment and mineral layers on the Earth. And on other bodies too. Every body that's been looked at is layered. What's more, it explains for the first time the oceans of salty water on Earth. Comets cannot be responsible because they have little or no water and little or no sodium chloride. Now, just see how much of this I want to show you because we saw this yesterday, so I might skip. This is referring to that super flare you saw yesterday, and you remember the astrophysicist said anyone who was on a planet orbiting that star at the time would be having a very bad day. Well, I think the Earth has had its bad days, and they're reflected in the geological record. So we'll skip that. The mass extinctions. As I said, those flare-ups can be so drastic that it would practically wipe out the life on any existing life on those satellites of that dwarf star. This raises an interesting side issue, and that is, ironically, intelligent life can't communicate through such a plasma shell using radio waves. So the lack of intelligible radio signals in the SETI project is understandable. In fact, denizens of such worlds would most likely be unaware of the universe at large. Now, astronomers also submit that orbiting a red dwarf is possibly one of the best places to look for life. What they've never considered is orbiting inside a red dwarf. Let me see. I don't think I'll talk about this one. This is a recent report of a spotty brown dwarf which suggests there are things orbiting within that red anode sheath, causing a dimming of the glow behind wherever that satellite happens to be. They're calling it weather, but of course if it's an anode glow it has nothing to do with weather. So we'll skip that. So this is a picture of the brown dwarf proto-Saturn as I see it. Now there would have been many more bodies than you see there, but I've included Mars and Earth and proto-Saturn because they're the main players at this stage. 50% of red dwarfs have Earth-sized planets in their conventional habitable zone. This suggests there are a large number hidden inside the red star's glow. And you can say that too because our gas giants all have large numbers of satellites orbiting quite closely. But you'll note there is no Venus at this stage. Gigantism. It wasn't just pterodactyls that struggled to get up off the ground. Scaling of muscle and bone strength shows that dinosaurs could not have raised their bodies off the ground in today's gravity. For them to move about, Earth's gravity needed to be about 1/3 of today's. Global extinction and fossilization requires far more pardon me, than a simple impact. Clearly, we have no understanding of the cause of gravity. Is gravity electrical? Pardon. The question is of fundamental importance for cosmology and our understanding of the solar system. And the answer should provide insights into the demise of the dinosaurs, the sky our ancestors saw, and why they feared doomsday.
All the time. It should be coming up right now. say hello after. I can't respond in full screen. In the spring of 1955, Providence wished that the drama should heighten itself. The old chief of all pagans, the planet Jupiter, was destined to enter the scene and speak. It was a spring day in early April at Princeton. This is the time of year when magnolia flower in the Princeton campus has not a few of these trees, especially near the Firestone Library, profusely blooming. During the first week of April of that year, the meeting of the American Astronomical Society convened for 3 days in Princeton. In the university's chemical building, Frick Laboratories, I entered the auditorium during the reading of one of the papers, when the audience was already seated, and chose a place on one of the back benches, close to the entrance. I did not wish to disturb the convention by my presence, because being recognized, I would have caused some discomfort. After listening to W. Bod and possibly one more speaker, I left as quietly as I entered. I did not return for the other papers. The program of the 3-day convention had 102 papers presented by astronomers from all over the country, but only one not scheduled, yet read because of the great impact it carried in the field of planetary astronomy, made news. The next day, April 6th, opening the New York Times, I found a page-length column on a sensational discovery reported at the meeting. The column read in parts, "Radio waves from the giant planet Jupiter have been detected by astronomers at the Carnegie Institution in Washington. The waves appear to be short bursts of static, much like those produced by thunderstorms on conventional radio receivers. No radio sounds from planets in our solar system have been reported previously." Oh, that's incorrect. Tesla reported getting them in the early 1900s. The existence of the mysterious Jovian waves was disclosed by Dr. Bernard F. Burke and Dr. Kenneth L. Franklin, hoity-toities, in a report today at a meeting of the American Astronomical Society. The two scientists said that they did not have an explanation for the observed emission. You know what those buggers say now? They say, "Everybody knows radio signals come from planets. That's no big deal." Yeah, in 2021 it's not, but in 1950 it was. They're so intellectually dishonest, it's repugnant. Princeton, New Jersey, April 6th. The discovery was made entirely by chance. When the Carnegie Institution astronomers scanned the sky for radio noises from faraway galaxies, in the news release it was told that Burke and Franklin, who detected the radio noises of Jupiter, were entirely unprepared to observe any radio signal from the planet. Later, their perplexity was more fully described. At one point, they even assumed that some revelers returning from a party were the cause, trying to start the engine of their car. I mean, you can tell they were so uncomfortable by the discovery that they weren't sure they even wanted to be the discoverers, because they were afraid of getting blackballed. They had to go through the hierarchy. Or that the radio noises were caused by some experiments on a neighboring radio station. But the noises were finally traced to Jupiter. In the weeks that followed, Burke and Franklin observed that the signals were arriving 4 minutes earlier each day, and at length they realized they must be of extraterrestrial origin. Every third night, for 6 minutes, when the receiving antenna was directed toward the spot crossed at these minutes by Jupiter, the signals repeated themselves. Then the astronomers of Washington came to the correct conclusion, unexpected and surprising as it was. For me, this news had special significance. My own earlier expectation of the noises of Jupiter was based on my view of the giant planet as the center of a powerful electromagnetic system.
In ancient sources, the planet Jupiter was associated with thunderbolts. Before World War II, a discovery was made by Jansky of the Bell Laboratories that radio signals arrived from the Milky Way. During the war, it was discovered by the U.S. Army Signal Corps in Belmar, New Jersey, that the sun sends out radio noises too. It was a chance discovery made in the process of testing radar echoes from the moon. The radio noises were found arriving from faraway galaxies and were explained as crashes between galaxies riding through one another. A new science, radio astronomy, was born. My understanding of the nature of the sun and planets made me assume that these bodies are charged, or that at least their atmospheres are strongly ionized. Of Jupiter and Saturn, it is known that they influence, in some mysterious manner, the solar spot activity, but nobody thought that these bodies, or their atmospheres, are charged. Now, seeing my claims confirmed, I called Helen Dukas and told her that I would like to acquaint Professor Einstein with the discovery of the noises coming from Jupiter, and wished to see him for a few minutes only. We agreed that I should come Friday, April 8th, in the afternoon. Then I called my editor at Doubleday, Walter Bradbury, and told him that I would come the next day, in the morning. Already on the phone, I drew his attention to the column in the Times. My book, Earth and Upheaval, was being prepared for print, together with my lecture before the Forum of October 14, 1953, as a supplement, and this lecture contained my challenge that Jupiter would radiate radio signals. For several years I wished that a check should be made on Jupiter, and took this opportunity to suggest it to scientists. In my letter to Einstein, June 16, 1954, I again suggested that an investigation be performed. It was a challenge on my part to Einstein to stake the debate on this my claim, and at the same time a plea to help me that the test should be performed. Einstein did not respond in that instance. In a note made on the margin of my letter, he wrote, "This would be no criterion. This was not well thought through." Right, because he didn't have it. Either there must be on Jupiter a dissociation of negative and positive charges that would produce thunderstorms of unearthly magnitudes, or more likely the entire body of Jupiter is charged, surrounded by an electromagnetic field, and attracts opposite charges from space, yet by continuous subatomic processes of fission in the great discharges, or by some other process, keeps its general charge undiminished. The Forum lecture, a discussion of my thesis of 1950 in the light of new discoveries in the fields of archaeology, geology, astronomy, brought in its wake, even sooner than I dared to hope, a confirmation of a bold yet well-founded advanced claim. The discovery of Jupiter noises thrilled me, as had no other confirmation before, and it was the first of a long, spectacular series. Emmanuel Velcost.
Welcome to Space News from the Electric Universe, brought to you by the Thunderbolts Project at thunderbolts.info. The parent star of planet Earth holds a strange and special place in countless ancient traditions around the world. The celestial body identified as the sun in myth, religion, ancient astronomies, and rock art routinely bears no resemblance at all to our familiar sun. One of the most common ancient depictions of the sun is an orb or star within a crescent, an image with no modern natural referent. And numerous traditions depict the sun as a spectacular celestial wheel, with a warrior hero appearing as the axle of the wheel. For decades, comparative mythologist Ev Cochrane, as well as his colleague David Talbot, have worked to reconstruct the natural events that produce these extraordinary mythical patterns. It is their conclusion that in the relatively recent past, in the era of prehistory. A period of instability reigned in the inner solar system, bringing planets within close proximity to Earth. In this episode, Ev begins our investigation into the question, did ancient man observe a different sun?
It is important to underscore the radical nature of our hypothesis. We hold that the solar system has only recently been subject to wholesale reordering, that in fact, well within the memory of mankind, a different sun prevailed. Our hypothesis is fundamentally a work of historical reconstruction based upon our mutual researches in comparative mythology and ancient religion. The research of Dave and myself is distinguished from other comparative mythologists in that we draw upon and emphasize the message of prehistoric rock art to illustrate our findings from literary traditions. To take but one example from hundreds that might be offered, ancient paintings and petroglyphs of the sun depict a wheel-like object, commonly 4 or 8-spoked in structure. Such artworks are global in nature. Yet how is this fact to be explained? From the conventional standpoint, such artworks are interpreted as abstract or metaphorical in nature. Miranda Green, for example, in her otherwise interesting book, The Sun Gods of Ancient Europe, concludes, the pictures do not describe reality. We beg to differ. It is our view that the prehistoric paintings accurately reflect the appearance of the ancient sky and offer compelling testimony with regards to an unfolding catastrophic celestial event in which nearby planets dominated the northern circumpolar heavens. The mere fact that analogous sun petroglyphs will be found around the globe supports this conclusion. At the same time, ancient myth offers corroborating testimony in this regard, wherein a different sun dominated the sky in former times and presented a wheel-like appearance. In this sense, as in countless other examples, the testimony of ancient myth and prehistoric rock art agrees at a level of detail that is impossible to explain by mere coincidence. In the Thunderbolts of the Gods, together with a number of other recent publications, Dave and myself have presented a wealth of evidence that the former sun was the focus of prodigious electrical activity and the source of spectacular outbursts of lightning, heaven-spanning storms, and aurora-like phenomenon. In ancient Mesopotamia, for example, the Sumerian word for sun is Ud. The same word is employed to write storm or thunder god, a startling extension of meaning. Sumerian hymns invoking the ancient sun god likewise describe it as a source of storms. So one hymn reads, the sun god thunders over the mountains like a storm. Another hymn reads, as my king the sun god comes forth, the heavens tremble before him and the earth shakes before him. Now I ask, does this sound like a realistic description of the modern experience of sunrise? In what sense is the sun's appearance over the eastern horizon ever accompanied by a shaking of heaven and earth or great bouts of lightning? What could the sun have to do with thunder and lightning? In the present solar system, of course, the answer is nothing at all. Yet the mere fact that other ancient languages preserve this very same semantic link between sun and lightning confirms the fundamental historical veracity of the Sumerian traditions and cries out for an explanation. Ancient Egypt, for example, offers corroborating testimony in this regard. In the pyramid text from the 3rd millennium BCE, the sun god's thunderbolt is specifically compared to the lightnings of the sun. The word in question here is Mut, M-A-W-T, which has cognates denoting lightning in numerous other African languages. Significantly, however, the very same word is used to denote the spokes of a wheel. In the present world, of course, lightning has nothing whatsoever to do with the sun or wheels, hence the fundamental importance of such terminology for our historical reconstruction. But we need not rely simply on ancient language and myth alone. Mesopotamian cylinder seals, together with prehistoric rock art and other early artworks, likewise depict the sun with lightning-like structures emanating from its core. Students of comparative myth will recognize the structure adorning the face of the sun here as the thunderbolt wielded by the thunder god. So, for example, thunder gods like Zeus or the Semitic Adad are routinely depicted holding exactly this thunderbolt. Properly understood, the evidence from ancient language, like the testimony of prehistoric rock art, represents an enduring fossilized record of a different solar system, much as the discovery of a dinosaur bone harks back to its former age, one radically different from that which currently prevails. It must be remembered here that the denigration of myth is a relatively recent development, basically originating during the early decades of the 20th century. The science of comparative mythology, like the complementary science of comparative linguistics, grew out of the 19th century writings of world-class scholars such as Max Muller and Adalbert Kuhn, who rightly emphasized the prominent role of the sun and the thunder god in ancient myth and religion. Yet the excesses of these schools, together with that of the Pan-Babylonians, led to a general backlash against naturist or astronomical interpretations of myth and religion. Current models of myth, such as that advanced by George Dumézil, which dominates scholarship, emphasize linguistic connections above all else and are much more narrow-minded in scope. For example, Dumézil largely focuses on Indo-European myth. Most important, perhaps, is the fact that current models of myth always seek to understand the ancient traditions by reference to the present sky. But the ancient testimony is impossible to square with the present solar system, and as a result, scholars are left with empty slogans pointing to figurative language, metaphor, and such statements as that of Green, quoted earlier, to the effect that the pictures do not describe reality. As Dave and I have documented, however, granted the fact that the ancient traditions and prehistoric rock art complement each other, it therefore stands to reason that they do indeed describe historical reality. Confronted by these sun wheels, for example, on ancient rock art, the default position of so many modern scholars is just to ascribe those artworks to imagination or abstract forms, completely overlooking the fact that the same exact design is found all over the world. So at that point, you need to ask yourself a question. Were ancient skywatchers on every continent on the Earth imagining the same fantastic structure in the sky, which in this case is just a cross on the face of the sun or a lightning bolt on the face of the sun? But we could cite 1,000 other structures that we could describe if we wanted to. We're just trying to focus the discussion on these particular structures at the moment. But are we supposed to imagine that all these skywatchers all around the globe were imagining the same thing? That is not a logically sound position. It's much more rational to assume that the ancient skywatchers were trying to describe their personal reality. They drew the picture of the sun that they saw, and that's why those pictures agree all around the world. Things that are imagined are not going to agree unanimously around the world. It's just that simple.
Various plasma instabilities are found on Jupiter. NASA launched the Juno spacecraft on August 5, 2011. Its primary mission includes analysis of Jupiter's massive plasmasphere. How do its electromagnetic influences affect the Jovian system? Since Jupiter radiates more energy than it receives from the Sun, astronomers think that some kind of internal dynamo, acting like a generator, must be creating the excess. However, there are processes occurring on Jupiter that are now coming to light. Jupiter is an electrically active world, far more than computer simulations predicted. Based on what was surmised about Jupiter, a 5 Gauss magnetic field was assumed to exist. When Juno entered orbit and began its scientific measurements, levels as high as 9 Gauss were found. Compare those readings to Earth's 0.5 Gauss field, and the anomaly of Jupiter's electromagnetic energy can be deduced. Its field is so irregular, some astrophysicists to suggest that there is an anomalous structure in Jupiter's core. Recently, for example, Juno discovered jet streams on Jupiter that run further down into its atmosphere than previously thought, over 3,000 kilometers deep. Why the atmospheric bands are so deep is a mystery, since they have always been associated with superficial weather patterns. According to a recent press release, the south pole of Jupiter also exhibits an unusual grouping of phenomena. Under some simulated conditions, and on Saturn, cyclonic storms merge with one another instead of repelling each other. Multiple vortices encircle a central whirlpool of gas and dust. The structures are warmer than the surrounding cloud bands, but are still near absolute zero temperatures. Perhaps the Great Red Spot that has persisted for more than 300 years can provide additional clues to how the polar vortices are formed and stabilized. The consensus opinion is that it is a cyclonic storm driven by rising heat from below, because it is warmer than its surroundings. However, exactly how it was formed and why it has persisted for so long are mysteries. Wind speeds around its perimeter have been measured at 635 kilometers per hour, twice as fast as a terrestrial tornado. As previously written, Jupiter and its moon Io dissipate 2 trillion watts between them. That flow of electric charge causes lightning in Jupiter's upper atmosphere, along with auroras at the poles. Since Jupiter is obviously an electrical environment, it is there that some answers can be found. Rotating charging bodies produce dipolar electromagnetic fields, whether they are gas giants or rocky planets. Why some planets like Earth and Mercury possess magnetic fields, while Venus and Mars do not, demands further investigation. However, the basic physics of charged objects in motion generating electromagnetism is not debated. Plasma is not a substance. It is a state of matter. Any material can become a plasma if electrons are stripped from atomic nuclei, causing charge separation to occur. Whenever there are regions of opposite charge, and Juno team members detected a gravitational asymmetry inside Jupiter that most likely contributes to charge separation. Double layers will form, and an electric field will develop. An electric field, no matter how weak, accelerates charged particles. Depending on the characteristic of any given plasma, it will be affected differently by electricity. This could explain why the polar vortices are so distinct. Jupiter's electric field accelerates plasmas at different rates. Coupled with the cloud band observations, the massive cyclones exhibit distinct temperature bands, high wind speeds, and endurance. They appear to be more permanent fixtures. Charge separation in plasma could explain these anomalies. That's Stephen Smith.
Had a drastic effect on the system as a whole. The Saturnian planets were wrenched out of polar alignment as their respective spin rates accelerated in response to the Saturn system's displaced forward momentum. The multi-resonant state was suddenly broken, permanently upsetting the primeval state of our solar system. No longer axially synchronized, individual charge sheets formed around each planet as the conjoined plasmasphere of Jupiter and Saturn subdivided, electrically isolating them from one another. Saturn was displaced from its polar position, and the gaseous envelope surrounding the Saturnian planets began to disperse. As Velikovsky indicated, the increased distance between Earth and Saturn was most likely the result of both the removal of Earth from its place as well as Saturn from its place. The opening scenes of the divine spectacle would have been seen in the north skies, since Earth was still millions of miles below Saturn and Jupiter. But after Earth was released into a path of its own around the Sun, the plane of Earth's orbit would lift steadily, eventually reorienting at a steep inclination, crossing over the Sun's equatorial current sheet twice a year at each equinox. Thus, the eyewitness perspective on Jupiter and Saturn shifted at this time, so that the unfolding drama panned from the northern skies to a side view of the sky gods receding away in the southern night sky. Derailed from their dynamically synchronized alignment, Jupiter and the large Saturnian planets immediately redirected their orbital momentums into elliptical outward-bound spirals. Nearly all myths of the fall tell of the disappearance of the gods into the deep night sky. A distinct parallel may also be drawn to the teachings on Zimzum, the first stage of creation described in the Kabbalah, the self-contraction, concealing, shrinkage, or retreat of the god's original form into a new dilation or opening of space. Steadily diminishing in size and luminosity, receding away from Earth in the inner solar system, hiding himself, withdrawing himself, entering into himself, the contraction of departing god Saturn cleared space for a new creation. The Kabbalah continues, that Zimzum, contraction, was completely uniform all around, so that it left a vacant space, called Tihiru, an empty, hollow, uniformly circular on all sides. Until this time, our ancestors would have had no concept of limitless space extending away from the Earth, because such conditions had never before been seen. Unfurling like a curtain drawn open, the old heavens progressively whirled away from Earth on all sides. The primordial cosmic waters of the old Saturnian gaseous envelope retreated and withdrew, differentiating a deep open space in place of the rainy wall of clouds that shrouded Earth in former times. The age of Jupiter, now upon the world, introduced mankind to the light of the stars in the darkness of the night. In Egypt it was Jupiter as Re who boasted, I am he who made the hours, so that days might come into being. Nuit was specifically the nighttime star-studded sky arched over the wide horizon, through which the red sun-like disk of Re journeyed each night. In the Iliad, Night herself apportioned Zeus's sovereignty to the wide heaven among the cloudy aether, a wide band of night sky centered on the ecliptic, from approximately 17 degrees north to approximately 17 degrees south, the way of Anu, likewise assigned to Jupiter as Marduk in the Near East. As the battling sky gods retreated through this expanding space into deeper and more distant reaches of the solar system, they discharged as brilliantly lit wandering stars, still huge in size, though far removed, lighting the night as nearby suns. All four outer giants still exhibit rotational speeds far out of proportion to their sizes. All four still emit significantly more energy than they receive from the sun, and they are in that sense stars even today. At first looming large near Earth, Jupiter became the new central body of the sky, more or less taking over Saturn's old identity. When Jupiter was first born, he defeated Saturn and the Sun by his brilliance, we are told in Vedic literature. It was then that Zeus became Lord of the bright skies. A stellar history for Jupiter was, in fact, much in vogue among mainstream astronomers through the 17th to 19th centuries, when popular astronomy famously speculated on the nature of Jupiter as a dark star, a hypothesis revived during the second half of the 20th century in light of the considerable implications suggested by data recovered from orbiting satellites and interplanetary explorers. Jupiter's wide-ranging variety of active emanations, infrared, radio, X-ray, and ultraviolet among them, have led others to consider Jupiter as a failed sun, or a star yet to be. Jupiter's volatile magnetosphere would continue to display dramatic plasma instabilities as it distributed an excess of voltage. Progressively acclimating to an outbound spiral orbit, Jupiter's appearance would have been stupendous in size, visibly larger than the daytime sun. Jupiter's massive magnetosphere, today 10 times stronger than that of any other planet and about 4 times as wide as the Sun, would have fluoresced with brilliantly colored glow-mode plasma flows for some time thereafter, retaining enough of a mini-discharge to give a semblance of starhood. Below Jupiter's glowing globe appeared a long beard, mantle or cloak trailing all the way to the horizon below, a stupendous plume of plasma extending away from Jupiter's south geographic pole. This plasma expulsion would have been primarily an inflow of electrons, but simultaneously also an outflow of protons and other disassociated ions. Appearing as a steep elongated cone, Jupiter's southern expulsion was also characterized as his royal mountain or throne of glory. In the Kabbalah, this appearance is remembered as the long-bearded Arik Anpin, the extended countenance of the newly crowned star god. He let out his throne above and stretched a part of his glory below. And the Ancient of Days did sit. His throne was fiery flame, and his wheels burning fire. For a cloak Marduk was wrapped in an armor of terror. With a fearsome halo his head was turbaned. On the other side of the world, Viracocha was similarly remembered as a tall, glowing, bearded man, dressed in a long, flowing cloak, who came in a time of chaos to set the world to rights. The fluorescing debris appears to have assumed a highly flattened, disc-like or lenticular distribution over time, and still extends all the way to the orbit of Jupiter today. Sometimes referenced as zodiacal light, the ethereal fire waters of the dust cloud once extended some distance either side of the ecliptic plane, both obscuring as well as highlighting the fixed stars of the zodiac. Today the residual afterglow or countershine of the zodiacal cloud remains visible as a tall cone-shaped ribbon of soft light brightening on the plane of Earth's orbit before sunrise and after sunset. The interplanetary dust cloud as such represents the mortal remains of the primordial gaseous envelope dissipated during the collapse of the Saturnian configuration. Some of this debris may still remain suspended in the rings surrounding the giant planets. Earth would also wind up with its share of drifting dust and debris. Gas vapors, ionized meteoroids, and assorted celestial wreckage began falling through the magnetosphere with short-lived splendor. Heavier infalls of material through the ionosphere sparkled and fizzled out in the upper atmosphere as concentric circles and spirals aglow in the night. Migrating through the interplanetary cloud year-round, sweeping through the densest clouds of debris during each equinoctial pass through the solar current sheet, a near-Earth terrestrial dust cloud began to accumulate. Electrostatically suspended along Earth's equatorial plane, this dust cloud was sorted by the conductive sheaths of Earth's plasmasphere into rotating belts and rings. In the Zohar we read, "Then a great reservoir was formed out of the unfathomable deep, or Tehom, just as if a huge hollow had been dug. This reservoir divided itself into 7 streams, resembling 7 long vessels, glimmering with a metallic sheen. All of them are in the form of concentric circles, like the layers of an onion, with rings inside each other." Most traditional mythologies retain memories of these earth rings, a rich profusion of descriptions handed down from remote antiquity and conserved to this day in several schools of esoteric thought have puzzled scholars and laymen alike for centuries. During the day, these debris rings appeared to some as concentric streams, rivers, or seas. To others, as a looming golden-green hill stretching from horizon to horizon, covered with wind-blown grasses. Some saw fields of wheat or beds of bamboo. Others beheld an expanse of beaten brass, a sea of reeds, or even an ocean standing in the southern sky. In Egypt they were known as the Duat, the realm traversed nightly by the red disk of Re. Encompassed by the darker waters of noon, the Duat was the famed court of the soul's last judgment, filled with a labyrinth of rivers, islands, fields, lakes of fire, mounds, caverns, metallic walls, and blue-green trees. In the Near East the rings were called the Absu, the sweet fresh waters bounded by the salty deep of Tiamat. In ancient Greece the rings were remembered as deep eddying, back-flowing okeanos, who circled round the whole earth in 7, or some sources say 9, concentric streams, himself surrounded by his mate and companion Tethys. Earth itself, illuminated by the sun at an angle offset from the bands of debris, cast a long, dark, penumbral shadow across the rings, a virtual crack in the sky that would glide from horizon to horizon across the rings every night. This shadowy crevice would also appear to expand and contract each year. At the solstices, this shadow would resemble an arched doorway, cave entrance, valley, tunnel, or corridor, the door to the underworld.
The more I look around, the more confirmation I get that some sort of Saturn theory occurred in this solar system. We only know perhaps a glimmer, but as information continues to come out, we get to learn a little bit more. Things come into better focus when you learn why, for example, the number 7 is so prominent in civilizations, because the glow of Saturn's nova lasted that long, with what looks like remnants of the actual nova still circling the former star today. That, to me, looks like it's a remnant of something. Perhaps it's not even former, or just dormant, suppressed by the sun. But one thing is for sure to me, both Jupiter and Saturn are filled with nothing but turmoil. Something brought that about. And both bodies give off more heat and energy than they receive, which is very little, if anything. All of the ancient myths that had to come out around the same time, give or take, are all telling the same story. When you really think about it, it's mind-boggling. One of the things we're pretty sure about is the order in which this drama played out, with Saturn replacing his father On, or Uranus, Uranus, which completely infers or implies that there was a period for that to exist we know even less about. Then after Saturn came Jupiter, and man has spent his history copying what the stars did. As above, so below, I guess. My guess that period must have been prominent during the rise of Rome, with Mars having a brief turn along with Mercury and Venus, not to mention the Moon. It was busy. But the smaller planets seem to be much faster, but more deadly, with Venus and Mars duking it out like in the Iliad. When the ancients say Jupiter put his father in chains and dressed himself in bands and belts, the ancient North American natives called the planet Mars Scarface. How could they possibly have known these things? I don't know how it doesn't intrigue the mainstream to no end. But like electricity in space, we just don't talk about that. How will we ever learn? All of the electric arc machining evidence that goes ignored, it's really a shame. One more thing that we haven't tackled, and that's the gravity issue. A while back, I did a video with Theodore Holden, and whether, I don't know if you know it or not, but he was the guy who formulated it out a long time ago that dinosaurs could not lift themselves off the ground in today's gravity. And it caused quite a backlash, but then they just swept it under the rug like everything else. But here's a snippet of a video I did with Ted where he explains the gravity in dinosaurs issue.
And I never thought about it before I heard it.
Yeah, see, Albert Einstein tried to describe gravity as a four-dimensional differential geometry sort of a thing. You cannot start with that and believe that gravity on the surface of our own planet ever could have changed terribly much within the last, say, 50 or 100,000 years. Yet it's a very easy demonstration that it has. And that a large dinosaur would simply be crushed by his own weight in our present world. Okay.
Yeah.
That is that's the situation with this square cubed problem that you heard me talk about. Weight is proportional to volume, which is a cubed figure, width times breadth times height.
Yes.
And strength is proportional to cross-section of bones and muscles, which is more like pi r squared. Okay, if you double your dimensions, you know, if you go to sleep at night and you're 6 feet tall, you wake up in the morning, you're 12 feet tall, and everything just got expanded by a factor of 2. Mm-hmm. That factor of 2 gets cubed for volume, width, breadth, height, 2, 4, age. It can be 8 times heavier. It's only going to be 4 times stronger. You'll have cut your weight ratio in half. And there's a limit to how many times you could ever cut your power to weight ratio in half and still be able to stand up and walk. And for the strongest human athletes that we know anything at all about, the limit is right around 20,000 pounds. For somebody like Magnuson or Bill Kazmaier, you know, somewhere right around 20,000 pounds, it would become the same level of effort just to stand up as it is to do one of those 1,000-pound squats or deadlifts at the normal weight of 350 or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, that's a game changer. I mean, that should slap somebody in the face right there.
It did, right? And it's like, you know, there was a huge controversy over that. Like 30 years ago, I was the only person on the planet saying anything like that. Nowadays, I think most people agree. Mm-hmm. You know, they've done the math. It's like they've listened to the arguments, and I think most people agree with me that you couldn't have large dinosaurs walking around in today's world. There's 2 reasons why anybody would ever talk about an Earth, you know, expanding Earth theories, right? One would have to do with dinosaurs. The other would have to do with the tectonic plates of the ancient supercontinent, Pangaea. Right. Okay. You know, the tectonic plates of Pangaea wouldn't fit on a planet. You know, that they appear as if they would require a planet of greater curvature, a smaller planet, right? But there's another way of explaining that, right? In other words, you've got the Earth sitting there underneath the dwarf star with its pole pointed straight out the dwarf star. It's going to get pulled into an egg shape, right? You know, it's not going to be spherical the way it is now. Okay, it's like Pangaea was simply sitting there at the high point of the egg. Mm-hmm. Okay, and that would explain the greater curvature. Now, as far as dinosaurs go, like I say, you couldn't have it. It's like, you know, if you put a sauropod dinosaur next to Bill Kazmaier at equal sizes, then what you're seeing is one creature at the top of the food chain, the other pretty near the bottom, right? In other words, Kazmaier's body is 90% bone and muscle, right? And that's trained as well as you ever could have muscle trained. And the brachiosaur's body is mostly gut and digestive system for processing leaves and grass, right? And I mean, if Kazmaier couldn't make it 20,000 pounds in our present world, then a brachiosaur sure as hell couldn't.
Yeah, I heard they had 3 hearts in their neck just to pump the blood.
No, it's ridiculous. You've got 2 problems with the dinosaurs and then with large dinosaurs, sauropods on their necks, right? And you've got 2 kinds of sauropod dinosaurs. You've got like brachiosaurids, which, according to the bones, apparently held their necks upwards, and then you've got the diplodocids, which, you know, would have held their necks outwards, or at least that's what the bones indicate. Okay. Either way, you've got an insurmountable problem, right? It's like in the case of the brachiosaurids, it's everything. You know, in other words, the limiting value of something like that in our present world is the giraffe, right? Now, you know, it takes a gigantic amount of blood pressure to get blood to a giraffe's brain. Okay, and the giraffe has this very, very tight skin, which acts like a pressure suit, you know, like for a fighter pilot.
They have a heart in their neck.
And basically, I mean, a giraffe's blood pressure would blow our vascular system apart. Well, you know, he's trying to get blood to a brain which is 20 feet high. I mean, what is some sauropod going to do to try to get blood to a brain which is 60 feet high? Experts claim that would put, you know, the brachiosaurids in the position of just being constantly at risk for some kind of a circulatory system disaster, right? Now that's no way to go through life, especially if you're trying to rule the world for 60 million years or something like,
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense. So they're claiming, well, it must be that like what the bones are telling us is wrong. They must have all just held their necks outwards, and the diplodocus apparently did hold their necks outwards. But in that case, you're dealing with a problem which is just as bad or worse, and I think is worse. You're talking about torque, right? Because you've got a creature with a neck which is 60 feet long, okay? And if the center, and that neck could weigh 50 or 60,000 pounds, right? Mm-hmm. And if the center of gravity of that neck is even 10 feet out from the shoulders, then you're talking about 500,000 foot-pounds of torque and on up, right? Now, what is there in our normal life which corresponds to 500,000 foot-pounds of torque? The answer is nothing. I mean, as far as like any kind of a nut or a bolt or anything that screws together with that much torque, what you would really be talking, the one thing in the Earth which would be ballpark for that kind of torque would be like the combined maximum torque of all 4 of the engines of an Iowa-class battleship. There would be enough torque to drive a 65,000-ton warship through the water at 35 knots.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're going to hold that with some kind of a structure made out of flesh and blood?
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
No, so there's no way for a large dinosaur to hold his neck in our present gravity, and that problem, if somebody ever really was able to do the math for it, which I have not been able to do, would almost certainly be a bigger problem than the question of gravity, just being able to support weight, on land. They used to think dinosaurs, the large ones would have lived in water, but they had no adaptation for that. They would have needed snowshoe feet, right? In other words, the feet they actually have would just sink straight into muddy river bottoms. They would take 3 steps to be immobilized.
So what happened?
Yeah, gravity changed.
It was Velikovsky's claim that only a few thousand years ago, a period of chaos reigned in the solar system. One of the planets closely associated with Earth was Saturn, and watery filaments rained on our planet following Saturn's violent flare-up. Decades later, based on the respective research of Dave Talbot and Eduardo Cardona, Thornhill developed his own model of a primordially close relationship between Earth and Saturn, which was the source of all the water in our oceans, while leaving remnants in its rings. Today, Thornhill continues his presentation, shifting his focus to his own successful predictions for the Saturnian system, including the mysterious moon Titan.
Before I tell the epic story, a warning. Our education systems train students to memorize a litany of facts, which produces global groupthink. Students are not given the time or encouragement to critically examine the history of ideas. A leading researcher into the learning functions of the divided brain, Dr. Ian McGilchrist, has shown such blinkered left hemisphere training renders students functionally blind to alternative ways of looking at a problem. The left hemisphere simply blocks out everything that doesn't fit with its take. It doesn't see it, actually, at all. So scientists with their narrow specialised training may look at but cannot see what to a non-expert may seem obvious. They will be the last to see a paradigm shift in the making. This is particularly evident for electrical phenomena in space. Even the Nobel Prize-winning founder of the idea of an electric universe, Hans Alfvén, was ignored when he warned in his 1970 acceptance speech of an inevitable crisis in astrophysics if electric circuits in space are not recognized. Houston, we still have that problem after almost 50 years. I have lived since a teenager with uncertainty about accepted truths and learned to have the courage to challenge them. The result is not chaos, but a synthesis of ideas that explains the old ideas better and finds new ways of incorporating what seems a chaos of anomalies. And the best test is that of classical physics, simplification. The resulting paradigm shift is not a threat, but an invitation to the greatest adventure we may ever know, to begin to understand our real place in the universe for the first time. In our electric universe, stars and planets are formed at the same time inside molecular clouds, along a snaking cosmic lightning bolt. Gravity plays no role in the process. Since cosmic lightning takes the form of a twisted pair of current filaments, it is found that most stars are in pairs, or multiples. Planets will tend to do the same. Like the snaking filaments in a novelty plasma ball, the star-forming filament moves on, leaving a string of massive objects behind to gravitationally form the weird and theoretically challenging zoo of exoplanetary systems recently discovered. Some gas giant planets are subsequently formed in close orbits about a star that has ejected charged matter to achieve stability with a changed electrical environment. The ejection flares may account for the flickering of newborn stars, which can't be explained by gravitational accretion. This explains the unexpected hot Jupiters seen in large numbers closely orbiting other stars. The most numerous stars in the galaxy, brown dwarfs, which would appear reddish if they could be seen with the naked eye, are generally classed as failed stars, yet they have the baffling ability to produce massive stellar flares. This is simply explained because red stars don't have the ability of main-sequence bright stars to control their current by a transistor-like action in their photospheric plasma. A brown dwarf can only respond by discharging matter electrically. The capture process of a brown dwarf star involves flaring and ejection of charged matter by that body in order to achieve a new electrical equilibrium in its adopted family. That accounts for the large number of close-orbiting moons of our captured gas giants in remote orbits. With this in mind, I want to take you back to just before the famous Cassini-Huygens space probe was to arrive at Saturn on July the 1st, 2004. In news reports, Saturn was dubbed the original Lord of the Rings. There is a profound truth behind such a glib turn of phrase, but it wasn't until the advent of the telescope that Christian Huygens in 1656 was able to suggest that Saturn had a ring. So how do we explain the Saturnian ring symbolism that pervades our cultures? The halo of the saints, the royal crown, and the ring given in marriage are Saturnian symbols, as are the circled or Celtic cross, the Egyptian Ansate cross or Ankh, the Eye of Ra, and the astronomically baffling star inside the crescent. The star at the top of the lighted Christmas tree is pure Saturnian imagery. It is truly amazing that we are still haunted by prehistoric archetypes. It helps us to understand the extraordinary archetypal attraction of Tolkien's fantasy of Lord of the Rings. He was well versed in mythology. The following description of events is based on the surprisingly detailed and truly remarkable scholarship of Talbot and Cardona, which required explanations with the physics of an electric universe. Let's call our primordial star Proto-Saturn. It was an independent brown dwarf with its own entourage of satellites, including the Earth, Mars, and Titan. Proto-Saturn's dim reddish light was due to a glowing red anode plasma sheath, much larger than the Sun, enclosing Proto-Saturn and its inner satellites in a radiant cell. The term dwarf star is purely theoretical, since they are difficult to see and measure. In fact, NASA reported a brown dwarf which was radiating as if it had twice the expected surface area. The environment inside the radiant red shell is most hospitable for life on any enclosed satellites because there are no seasons and water is conspicuous in the spectra of such stars. Water misted down on this planet continually, and red light is ideal for photosynthesis, which explains the abundance of ferns and other vegetation globally in the Carboniferous era. But there is a catch. Brown dwarf stars are known to flare, sometimes to the extent, as one astronomer commented, that any satellites would suffer a very bad day. Such flaring by Proto-Saturn accounts for the geological strata and the fossil record of a number of global mass extinctions and instant burial of dismembered plant and animal remains. As we approached the Sun from deep space, our plasma sheath flickered like a faulty electric light when the two stellar plasma sheaths, or magnetospheres, began to clash. Proto-Saturn's galactic electrical power was usurped by the Sun, and its appearance changed dramatically. Before dimming forever, the dwarf star Proto-Saturn would have flared brilliantly like a comet, ejecting charged matter to relieve the electrical stresses caused by the sudden change in environment. Even now the former star has not completely cooled. Saturn still radiates more than twice the heat it receives from the Sun. And we have a simple explanation for the origin of Saturn's mysteriously short-lived water-ice rings. As the proto-Saturnian system approached the Sun in the outer solar system, our minor star's gravitational sphere of influence steadily shrank, and its outer satellites were progressively stripped away. This, and the earlier capture of the other gas giants, provides the source of trans-Neptunian objects, as they're known, including Pluto with its unexpected geology and atmosphere, and its peculiar moons. There is a simple physical characteristic that links a captured star with its offspring. It is the axial tilts. Like our close-orbiting moon, satellites tend to orbit their primary with the same face always turned toward it. If they orbit in the equatorial plane, their spin axis will be aligned with that of the primary. As gyroscopes, the satellites will retain the same tilt even if jolted from their orbit, although the process may induce a wobble of the spin axis. It is therefore highly significant that the two key planets identified in the ancient pantheons, Saturn and Mars, have axial tilts closely similar to that of the Earth. The tilt of Saturn at 27 degrees to the ecliptic plane is itself an enigma, unless it formed independently from the Sun. Venus was described as a spectacular discharging body in the ancient congregation of planets. It can be explained if Venus was ejected in the flare-up of Proto-Saturn, and the infall of the stream of ejected matter from swiftly rotating Proto-Saturn gave Venus a slow retrograde spin. The magnitude of the axial tilt of Venus to the ecliptic is much less than Saturn's, which suggests that Venus was ejected from a low latitude. This accounts for the hellish temperature and new surface of Venus, having been recently spat from the mantle of a brown dwarf star. Its filamentary equatorial scars caused by spectacular radial discharging, and its thick atmosphere inherited from the brown dwarf and subsequently modified by interplanetary and cometary discharges. Venus still has a cometary magneto-tail stretching to the Earth's orbit, and its mountain tops glow with plasma discharges, which return Magellan's radar signals as unexplained shininess. Has a surprisingly young surface that gave rise to ad hoc theories of resurfacing events. They're unnecessary. Venus is a baby. Since my predictions were written in 2004, the electrogravity model has been further developed, and it explains electrogravitational capture and the rounding of cometary orbits by electrical discharge. It explains the huge capture cross-section of stars and why the observed phenomenal discharging of cometary Venus caused it to finally have the most circular orbit of any planet.
The catastrophes described in ancient sources were traumatic experiences common to all mankind. Purged from conscious memory, these records are now interpreted as allegories, metaphors, and the trauma has been submerged in the unconscious. Velikovsky calls this collective amnesia. A revolutionary theory of the universe based on the records of the past has challenged the fundamental beliefs of modern science for more than 2 decades. Today, the unexpected findings of space explorations have confirmed many of the predictions of this theory, but the man who proposed it, Emanuel Velikovsky, is still rejected by established science.
Well, I've taken a lot, but they're not very good. You're in too close for most of them.
And if I transgressed and went into many fields of science and humanities, it was not because I was born a rebel. I was coerced to trespass. The belief that we are living in an orderly universe, that nothing happened to this Earth and the other planets since the beginning, that nothing will happen till the end, is a wishful thinking that fills the textbooks, and your textbooks are still of Victorian vintage. Is any physicist here who would stand up and defend the proposition that only gravitation and inertia are in action in the solar system? But of all my heresies, this was the greatest. And let me ask you another question. Is the theory of uniformitarianism, which means that nothing what happened in the past could have happened if it doesn't happen today? On this is built the modern geology. On this is built the modern astronomy. On this is built the modern biology and theory of evolution. And so it is only wishful thinking that we are living in a safe, never perturbed solar system on a safe, never perturbed Earth.
Mountains were born and mountains collapsed. Land and sea changed places. Great streams of lava flowed. The sea boiled and evaporated. Such were the scenes of unimaginable violence during the times of global catastrophe.
Fun to make these two videos, and with the help, of course, of great videos from Thunderbolts and from everythingiselectric.com. I'd like to thank them very much. All the links to the real videos will be in the description. I'll come out and say hi in a minute.
That's going to do it for me tonight, folks. Thank you so very much for tuning in. I love you all. I'm not just saying that. I really do. I have the best people on YouTube. Stay safe out there. I'll see you next week, okay? Take care. I'll see you on down the road. Good night. I'm going to say goodnight with a song.
can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming?